Nolan on BBC Radio 5 Live.
So Joe Biden leads in Pennsylvania, the state which could propel him to the White House. Will this man be president?
Here, the people rule. Power can't be taken or asserted. It flows from the people. It is their will that determines who will be the president of the United States, and their will alone.
President Donald Trump is far from conceding.
If you count the legal votes, I easily win. If you count the illegal votes, they can try to steal the election from us.
6 states are yet to declare. Georgia's Secretary of State confirms there'll be a recount there.
The final tally in Georgia has huge implications for the entire country. The stakes are high and our emotions are high. We will get it right.
But Pennsylvania, the state which could open the doors to the White House for Biden, is very close to declaring. And the mayor of Philadelphia had this to say to Donald Trump.
No, I think what the president needs to do is, frankly, put his big boy pants on. He needs to acknowledge the fact that he lost, and he needs to congratulate the winner, just as Jimmy Carter did, just as George H.W. Bush did, and stop this and let us move forward as a country.
The Nolan Show is all about your calls. No better night than tonight. Here's how to get in touch.
This is BBC 5 Live. Call free 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Text will be charged at your standard message rate. Plus, see our privacy notice. bbc.co.uk/5live.
Stephen Nolan on BBC Radio 5 Live.
So the race to the White House is close to a finish.
This is the most important election in the history of our country.
The next president is going to determine not just the next 4 years, but the next decade or more is going to look like.
Hell yeah.
I voted for the greatest president in history, Donald J. Trump.
He's a man that wants to do it all for America.
For re-election and this sort of thing, he lied again. I don't agree.
All politicians lie.
I want Biden to win, and I'm scared that Trump might win.
I disagree.
Stand around and cry about it.
I definitely
stand there and
disagree.
say, grab everybody's hand, follow me.
He's going down today.
There are 6 states yet to declare, but Joe Biden appears close to winning the presidency after taking the lead in the key state of Pennsylvania, with 98% of votes counted there. If he wins Pennsylvania, he wins the presidency. As it's so many electoral college votes, there's a good chance we will get a final count from Pennsylvania on this programme tonight. We'll go there in just a moment or two. Biden is also ahead in Georgia, but there's going to be a recount there. He also leads in Nevada and Arizona, again states which will open paths to the White House. Let's speak to our correspondent in Washington, Gary O'Donoghue. Gary, where are we now? We're nearly there with the result, or are we?
Well, it's been going back and forth all day, actually. We thought Pennsylvania would be a dead cert for reporting today. Not absolutely certain it will happen, keeping us all on tenterhooks, these final votes that they're counting, these postal votes. But it's possible. And, of course, that will be the one moment that will take Joe Biden right over the top in terms of the number of electoral college votes. And at that point, we would expect him to declare himself the victor. And that will be a crucial moment for the way this White House, where I'm sitting talking to you from now, reacts. Because we know the president is boiling about this stuff. We know that he's increasingly realizing that the numbers are against him. He's firing off lawsuits in all directions. But the key thing here is there doesn't seem to be any particular evidence that there's anything to base those lawsuits on.
Do you think President Trump believes what he is saying? Or is this about saving face ahead of a potential loss?
I mean, you probably have to ask a psychologist that question, but I mean, the president has had a pretty unwavering approach when it comes to self-belief, when it comes to asserting things that actually aren't true. We know that. And I think he understands that sowing a certain kind of disbelief or skepticism in the electoral process does work to some extent. It does fire certain parts of his support up. It's a kind of there's a ready willingness out there to accept that the state, the deep state, the other side are trying to steal stuff from you. I think he understands that very, very well. And if you keep on saying it like he has, and he's been consistent with this stuff over a long period of time, you keep on saying it, and you have the kind of platform he has, it cuts through.
He says the election is not over, and he talks about these irregularities, Gary, in Pennsylvania and Nevada. Is there a threshold of evidence that he needs to produce before a court will look at it?
Well, in a sense, no. I mean, you get a hearing in court, and the judge will either throw it out or take it seriously. That tends to be what happens. The problem is that if there were this evidence, I think you'd see a lot of his surrogates, a lot of his big, high-profile supporters out there shouting it from the rooftops. I mean, we've had Lindsey Graham today, the Republican senator who won his race in South Carolina, looked to be under threat but won it pretty comfortably in the end, saying, yeah, well, of course, we've got to count all the legal votes and not count the illegal votes. They're trying to set the definition so that would prepare the way for court challenges. Of course, that what they refer to as illegal votes are votes that were cast by mail and that arrived after polling day. Now, a number of states make provision for that to happen, as long as it was postmarked by polling day, arrives, for example, in, I think it's in Pennsylvania, has to arrive by, in fact, just now, the deadline has just passed, 5 o'clock on a Friday afternoon. Anything that arrives postmarked by election day, arrives by Friday, gets counted. Simple as that. It's in their laws, it's in the state laws. So to describe them as illegal is misleading at best and plain wrong and a lie at worst.
Gary, thank you very much indeed. My goodness, here's a man now who I've been watching. I'm an addict for the American TV networks. I'm back and forward to America when I can all the time. You can't watch these networks without seeing Donald Trump's former communications director, Anthony Scaramucci. Not sure he appears in some of the other networks that often, Fox in other words. Well, do you, Anthony? Good evening to you. How are you doing?
Hey, very good evening to you, Stephen. How are you? Thank you for having me on. Happy Friday.
It's nice to talk to you. So what, Anthony, do you make of what must be inside President Trump's mind?
Well, he's got a couple of things going on simultaneously. I think that he's in disbelief that he lost, and so he's working through the denial. When bad things happen, there's the acronym SARA. You go into shock, you get angry, then you reject it, and then you get to the acceptance and get the help stage. And so he's in the shock and anger stage right now, and he's not really ready to accept the loss. You nickname the guy Sleepy. You say he's stuck in his basement, and then you got beaten by a guy who's sleepy and stuck in his basement. So it's having a hard time with his ego. He's having a hard time managing that. In fairness to him, I thought he had a spectacular vote turnout. It's the second highest vote tally in U.S. history. Of course, the vice president had the highest one in U.S. history. But he's got something there because he failed on the pandemic. He failed the economy. He attacked Democratic leaders in the Western Alliance and praised despots, and he still picked up about 68 to 69 million votes. So it's a pretty impressive turnout, but not enough to win, of course. So he's going, and he'll get to the realization of that before long.
So do you think he will accept defeat? Here's what the White House correspondent, Anthony, for ABC News, Jonathan Karl, said last night.
Somebody very close to the president who is actually advising his legal team on all of this asked me a question a few hours ago. Who will go? Who can go to the president? Who has the stature to go to the president who he truly would listen to and tell him it is over? And then that person, with seriousness, answered his own question and said, maybe Sean Hannity.
Who would have the stature to tell him it's over, Anthony?
Yeah, listen, I know Sean well. He's a good friend of mine, and disagree on President Trump. He's not going to listen to Sean Hannity, though, unfortunately. He will listen to McConnell. And McConnell's his age. Remember something about Trump that I think people should understand. He's an ageist. If you're below his age, you're a deep subordinate of his. He really likes only listening to people that are his same age. And so it'll be somebody like McConnell. It could be somebody like Steve Schwartzman, who maybe your listeners don't know who that is, but he is the head of Blackstone, the friend of his, a multi-billionaire, his age. I don't think he's going to listen to Sean on this, but we'll get there with him. I think he's super worried about these investigations that he's under as well, and hopefully that will trigger some semblance of rationality, because he'll need the vice president's help and McConnell's help on these investigations. I don't like the idea of putting a former president into jail. I think that would make us look like a banana republic. Even if he's done aggressive wrongdoing, Stephen, I would prefer that we set him and his family aside, let him go retire, or if he wants to be politically active, that's fine too. His movement is going to morph now in the same way our country has morphed over the last 4 years. And I'm hoping now that the bellicosity of rhetoric will die down, and hopefully there'll be some healing in our country, which is sorely needed for us and for the world. It's a great outcome, by the way, so I'm super happy about it.
You will understand that we're not calling this until it's declared. So President Trump has not lost this election yet. It has not been called, but we can see the charts, we can see the maths, and if you're a betting man or woman, certainly I think you get better odds for Joe Biden. I think that's the understatement of the night. But in Trump's head, Anthony, as you well know, he is used to fighting to the death. So, will he not continue to fight this by disrupting to the very end? Even if that is after his presidency, he will continue to disrupt? Or do you think he will walk away from politics?
Again, you got to tell me what the pyramid of interests are. If he's fearing jail, and they offer him a non-prosecutorial agreement to dial back his rhetoric, I think he accepts that. I think part of this play right now, frankly, Stephen, is that bargaining chip. So if you tell me that they're offering him jail and there's no ability for him to escape those levels of prosecution, then I think he goes full on nihilism and full on destruction. So, but that should also tell you why he should not have been president of the United States. If you watched his press conference last night and the way he handled it and the lies he was spewing about the fraudulent election process, you would be, that was horrifying that he was doing that. Horrifying.
I've wanted to ask you this question for quite a long time now. This was the same man who you come in to bat for, and you knew him, and you had spoken to him many times, and you'd watched and observed him. So why did you go into the White House? He sacked you. Why did you go into the White House to bat for someone who you speak of in these terms?
Well, I mean, it's a long conversation. Probably don't have the whole conversation, but I think the mistake and the flaw that I made was ego-based. I had built a successful business. I grew up in a blue-collar neighborhood. My dad was a crane operator and an hourly worker, and so I was with Jeb Bush. He was the garden variety Republican. When Mr. Trump recruited me, I allowed my ego to accept that temptation because I thought it would be exciting to work on that campaign. When he was talking about the Mexicans being rapists, or he's going to have a ban on the Muslims due to their religion, I should have quit right then and there. But I did something that many people did, was I applied cognitive dissonance, and I rationalized that his policies would be better than Secretary Clinton's. And then when he won, he asked me to go work for him, and then that was my fatal flaw there. I would tell people, be careful of your pride and ego, because there goeth your fall. I was seduced by that. I wanted to do it. My wife, she probably dislikes him almost as much as Melania dislikes him. I don't think she dislikes him that much, but it's like right in that upper tier. And she told me not to do it. I didn't listen to her. And so then the catastrophe ensued. I tried to stay loyal to him for 2 years after I was fired. But, he's separating women from the children at the border. He's telling people to go back to the countries that they came from, and these racist nativist tropes. And it just became too much for me. And so my liberal friends said, well, he's the same guy he was in 2015. Why did you disavow him in 2019? Well, he may be the same guy, but Stephen, I'm not the same guy. I think I've changed a lot. I've become more psychologically minded and more empathetic to the pain he was causing through his operating style. In addition to that, he mishandled the pandemic. Tens of thousands of people have died unnecessarily. Stanford University says these campaign super spreader events yielded 700 deaths and 30,000 more COVID-19 cases. This is a guy that's not handling himself right, and so you have to be objective about it. It's nothing personal to him. If you and I were on a publicly traded board of a company, he was our CEO that you and I selected, we would have to seek his removal due to malpractice. So, it's not more complicated than that, but I did make mistakes, which I am willing to own publicly, and I've been very clear about that.
And in being as vociferous as you are, speaking out against him, and you've been doing that for quite a long time, do you fear him? Do you fear retribution from him?
Well, you tell me, Stephen. Do I look like a guy that fears him? I mean, am I Ted Cruz? Do I look like Ted Cruz? I don't fear him. I don't fear anybody. I grew up in a blue-collar neighborhood. He went after my wife on Twitter. He attacked me after I raised and gave him millions of dollars. And so, and he was ruining the country. And so I went after him the way a responsible patriot would go after him. And no, I don't fear him, and I don't fear anybody. And that's just the way life is. And so, and that's the problem. Because a lot of these Republicans do fear him. They know how malignant he is, and they know how bad he is, and they've allowed themselves to cower to his malignant personality.
I'm not trying to be, facetious saying this, but would it not be perfectly normal to fear one of the most powerful men in the world, the President of the United States, and someone of Donald Trump's personality? He doesn't usually take any prisoners, does he? So I'm just wondering.
First of all, I don't take any prisoners either. And secondarily, this is a republic and a constitutional democracy. He's there to serve the people. People rule this country. He doesn't rule the country. He got it mixed up in his mind. He's there to serve. He's living in the people's house. And he just got voted out of that house, and he's been given an eviction notice. And so he's returning from Washington or wherever he's going as a private citizen, no better or no worse than any other private citizen, no matter what their economic standing is or their curricula vitae. So for me, no, I don't fear him, and I won't fear the next guy that goes into that office, and nor should any American fear those people. The whole system was set up in a way so that you wouldn't have to fear people like him.
If Biden hits 270, will Trump eventually, by January, walk away? Has he any choice?
Yeah, no, he's 100% going. I mean, he's a sore loser. You're getting to see the full representation of his personality. He's going to whine and complain and give you the whole victim route, even though he's born with a silver spoon in his mouth, and he's going to say that the election was stolen from him for the rest of time. That was a narrative he was preparing in 2016, and he just repackaged that narrative for 2020. And so, no, he's not a classy guy. A classy guy would say, he won, I lost. I accept the peaceful transfer of power, and I'm going to help the vice president with his transition. That has been in the tradition of the United States of America for 244 years. He doesn't want to do that, and it's just emblematic of the type of person he is, and it's further evidence that he should have never had that job in the first place. He's unfit to serve in a situation like that, and guys like me that helped him get there made grave mistakes, and so it was important for me to go out there and correct them.
Where do you see Pence in all of this? Will Pence behave like President Trump?
Well,
Vice President Pence?
I don't talk to the vice president anymore. We were very close. I worked for him when he was the head of the Republican Governors Association. I have a lot of respect for him. I said openly on Twitter today, hey, Mike, you proved your loyalty to the guy. That's a small step. Now prove your loyalty to the people of the United States and our great nation. That would be a large step for man and womankind. It's time for you to go to the president and say, knock it off. And if you don't knock it off, I'm going to corral the cabinet, and we're going to have the 25th Amendment here, and we're going to eject you before January. So knock it off. But these guys cower in front of us. It's funny, you bring it up. Am I afraid of him? No, I'm definitely not afraid of him. Are there those guys sitting around him afraid of him? They're afraid of him tweeting at him and stuff. He's called me an unstable low life. I think he was called me an unstable nut job, a low life loser, all different types of names. I don't care. It doesn't bother me at all. If anything, it helps me get more Twitter followers. But these guys, they start shaking in their boots. I don't know why. Why would you shake in your boots? And remember, a demagogue can only create the damage that a demagogue can create if you have willing accomplices. There's a psychological experiment called the Milgram experiment. You can Google it. Somebody in authority, for some reason, some people are compelled to do what they want to do, even if they know that it's wrong. The way he's handling himself right now is abjectly wrong. I understand that you're on a radio show and you want to be precise about the accuracy of this information, but this same information came out in 2016, and the only reason why they haven't called this election right now is that these attorneys and the attorney generals for the respective states and the secretaries of states that have to certify the election know they're going to be in a lawsuit with the president. So they're triple checking every single vote. But those networks would have called this election in 2016 or 2012. But because of Mr. Trump's personality, we're going to be in a delay here for a little while. That's fine, but I just let you know this is unsportsmanlike conduct. There's nobody that looks at that situation and says, oh, he's doing the right thing, unless they're part of his cult.
And you said towards the beginning of this interview that if President Trump is no longer president, you do not wish to see him prosecuted. Why not? For any alleged crimes.
Okay, so in 1974, they had Mr. Nixon, President Nixon, in a position. He was in the crosshairs of a severe prosecution that would have led to a jail sentence. In September of 1974, the newly inaugurated, because he wasn't elected, Gerald Ford pardoned Nixon 1 month after he had taken the presidency, and he was roundly denigrated. Teddy Kennedy, the family is originally from Ireland, he criticized Gerald Ford. 35 years later, in 2009, when Senator Kennedy was dying of brain cancer, he wrote a book. And in the book, he said, I was wrong about Gerald Ford. By pardoning Richard Nixon, he was able to heal our nation and put aside our differences. And we shouldn't be going after our political opponents and using the prosecutorial system to do that. So even though Mr. Trump has likely done something wrong, I'm going to presume him innocent. Because that's the way the law works in our country. And I would suggest to my fellow Americans that statesmen and women would put this aside, and we would let him go off in the sunset as a former president of the United States without facing prosecution, because there'll be too much of a political element to that prosecution, and I don't think that's good for our republic.
I only have a couple more minutes with you, Anthony. Do you think, of course, the way your system works is if Biden hits 270, President Trump will remain in situ until January. How do you expect him to behave as someone who, if he loses this, if he's gone, he retains power, and he's only got 2 months of power left? So what will he do with that power? Will there be many pardons? And what kind of Donald Trump will we see in his last 2 months of power if this is declared against him?
Well, unfortunately, I predict it'll be a reckless thing. He's broken every societal norm and every custom of that office. I mean, could he pardon every one of his family members in a preconditional pardon? It's possible he could do that. Will he be able to get away with that? I mean, maybe the Supreme Court will reinterpret the way the pardon power is. What's absolutely clear to me is there's something wrong with the guy. And so you don't have to be a shrink psychiatrist to know that somebody's wrong with the guy. Any more than you and I, if we were watching an Irish football game, we could see somebody hurt their leg. We know it's broken. We don't have to be an orthopedic surgeon. So, yeah, he's going to do things that are going to be regretful and upsetting, and it'll continue to compound the evidence against him that he should have never sat in that office in the first place. And so we'll be asking ourselves over the next 25 to 50 years, why was there such a large group of cowards that didn't stand up to him?
Final question. What about what's next for the Republican Party if Biden takes this? And would you rule out, if President Trump loses the presidency, going forward again in 4 years' time?
So, again, anything's possible, so I'm not going to rule anything out, but I don't think that that's likely. The move from 74 to 78 is a big move, and he is going to be lit up for all the transgressions that he's done over the last 4 years. And just like we're a different country from 2016, we'll be a different country in 2024. The bigger worry is the party. Those 71 million voters that Mr. Trump will ultimately end up with, do they see that as a signal that they need to be more Trumpy than Trump? Or is it a noise where it's a dilemma in the system where there's a lot of disaffected blue-collar workers that are voting a grievance, and it's more a vote about themselves than it was a vote for Mr. Trump? I think it's the latter. I think if we can cure their ills and we can come up with the right policy prescriptions, that anger basis will go away, and there'll be a diminution in populism and nationalism. And that's what I've recommended to the Biden economic team, and that's what I'm going to be working on for the next couple of years, is good long-term policy to heal the economic divide in the country, but also keep our market-based economic system going so people can continue to innovate and build great businesses here. So it's a challenging time, but this is a great opportunity for us to heal, and hopefully the vice president will be a post-partisan, transformative leader. And, we'll have to see what happens. I hope the Republicans don't do that, though, because they'll end up as a aging white demographic of people that are buying catheters and MyPillows from Fox News commercial interruptions. And I would rather have them expand their tent and become more competitive with the Democrats.
Not that there's anything wrong with catheters if you need one, of course. But Anthony,
I got nothing. There's nothing wrong with the catheters, but I'm just trying to explain the demographic.
I get it. I'm joking.
Catheters being purchased by. I like my pillows too, and if I ever need a catheter someday, I'm happy to use one. But what I would like to do is make that party a wider demographic and make it look like the beautiful, colorful mosaic of America.
Anthony, I've really enjoyed talking to you tonight. Thank you very much indeed, sir.
Okay, happy Friday. Have a great weekend, sir. Thank you, Steve.
All the best. Former communications director to President Trump, he sacked him actually, Anthony Scaramucci. All eyes on the crucial state of Pennsylvania. A win here for Joe Biden would clinch him the election. Michelle Fleury is our correspondent in Philadelphia. What are the numbers, Michelle?
Well, we continue to over 95% of the votes are in, and currently as things stand, Joe Biden has the narrowest of leads. But as those votes continue to be counted, it is expected to continue to grow. And here's why. Of the precincts, the areas left to count, Philadelphia, the suburbs, Pittsburgh and Allegheny County, these are all Democratic-leaning areas. And so because of that, the assumption is that he will maintain that lead, and that, when you consider the Keystone State accounts for 20 electoral votes, that will get him to the magic number and give him the keys to the White House.
Do we have any indication when this might be announced?
That is the million-dollar question. I think the crowds surrounding me right now would like to know the answer to that. They've been coming back here for days now. The officials keep telling us it will take time. We are in the middle of a pandemic. There is postal voting going on at levels, well, for the first time in this state, and at levels of turnout that they haven't seen before as well. So all of this is adding to the length of time. Plus, they weren't allowed to start processing any of those ballots that they received before Election Day. In other words, the simple process of getting the votes out of the envelopes and getting them ready to be counted. This was always going to take some time, but that has added to it, compounded the problem. Then you add into the fact that since the race is tight, we're still waiting for all of the military absentee ballots to come in. They've got until November 10th. And then there are provisional ballots. Those are when a voter casts a vote because there is some question about whether they're eligible. Those are still being processed as well. All of this means we continue to wait, and that's before we even talk about some of the legal challenges the Trump campaign is mounting here in Pennsylvania, given how important this state is for their chances or their hopes of keeping their dreams of the White House alive.
What it also means, Michelle, is President Trump still has a path to victory.
It is a path to victory, but I think the reason why there is an assumption that Joe Biden will maintain his lead here is simply where the votes are right now. That it is mainly postal votes remaining, and on average they've been favoring the Democrat 2 to 3 at the moment. So if things continue in that direction, it's hard to see how Donald Trump could secure enough votes to sort of regain the lead and regain a significant enough lead to avoid a recount. In this state, you need to have a lead of about half a percentage, 0.5%, to avoid a recount. Neither candidate is there yet, but as I say, given where the ballots are left to be counted, the assumption is that Joe Biden will continue to increase his tally of votes here.
Michelle, thank you very much indeed. Michelle Fleury, our correspondent in Philadelphia. We'll pause there. We'll get the news at 10:34.
On digital, BBC Sounds, smart speaker and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
With the 5 Live News, I'm Aaron Paul. Donald Trump's campaign have insisted the US election is not over, as projections suggest Joe Biden is on the verge of becoming the next president. Mr. Biden is said to be leading in Arizona, Nevada and Georgia, and the pivotal state of Pennsylvania. Elsewhere, and elective surgeries have been cancelled at Manchester's 3 main hospitals and at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital in Birmingham. The 2 hospital trusts say they've had to focus resources to deal with a rise in coronavirus patients needing emergency care. A woman has admitted the manslaughter of a 7-year-old girl who was stabbed in front of her parents in a park on Mother's Day. Eltiana Scanner, who's 30 and from Bolton, appeared via video link at Manchester Crown Court pleading not guilty to the murder of Emily Jones. The Scottish Secretary Alistair Jack has said another independence referendum in Scotland will not be possible for a generation. He insisted it will be 25 or 40 years before the Westminster government would approve a second vote, and tributes have been paid to the actor Geoffrey Palmer following his death at the age of 93. Palmer appeared in some of Britain's most popular TV shows, including The Avengers and Fawlty Towers. Into sport, and Southampton have gone top of the Premier League tonight for the first time in their history. That following on from a 2-0 win over Newcastle at St Mary's. Che Adams opened the scoring for the Saints, and midfielder Stuart Armstrong added the finishing touch to the win 8 minutes from time.
Armstrong shoots and scores, and that, you think, will be the 3 points for Southampton. Really quick feet from Armstrong to tee himself up for the shot. Southampton 2, Newcastle 0. Get this, Southampton are going top of the Premier League.
Earlier, Brighton and Burnley played out a 0-0 draw, a result which leaves Sean Dyche's side still looking for their first Premier League win of the season. In tonight's other football, Bristol City have moved up to second place in the Championship table. That after a 1-0 win at Cardiff. And in Scotland, Ross County and Livingston played out a 1-1 draw in front of 300 fans in the Tier 1 region. To Rugby League, and Wigan Warriors have won their 5th League Leaders' Shield and first since 2012 as they beat Huddersfield 19 points to 6 in the final game of the regular Super League season. With more, here's our Rugby League correspondent Dave Woods.
It was a hard-fought win for Wigan in the end, 19 points to 6. They beat Huddersfield, but they now have the League Leaders' Shield from this fractured season when most of the top teams only played 17 games. Next week, the playoffs begin ahead of the grand final on November the 27th. The top 2 clubs, Wigan and St Helens, have the weekend off and go straight to the semi-finals. Warrington will play Hull, Catalan play Leeds in knockout games, and 7th-placed Huddersfield remain on standby, just in case COVID testing rules out any of those top 6. And in this unpredictable year, you wouldn't discount that possibility.
Elsewhere, there's excitement in the cricket as Sunrisers Hyderabad squeezed past Royal Challengers Bangalore in the IPL Eliminator.
Full toss, low full toss, it's gone out to the man, sweeping in the covers. No, he's not going to get there. In fact, the ball hits the boundary. That's it. It's over. The Sunrisers Hyderabad have beaten the Royal Challengers Bangalore by 6 wickets to qualify for the next eliminator.
Sunrisers will now face Delhi Capitals on Sunday for the right to meet Mumbai Indians in Tuesday's final. And finally, in tennis, Novak Djokovic has been ranked world number 1 for a 6th time. He said it was a dream come true to match the record of his hero, Pete Sampras. That's the latest from BBC Sport.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live, available on the BBC Sounds app with Stephen Nolan.
Right, well, let's speak to Mo Vela, who was Joe Biden's Director of Administration and Senior Advisor when he was Vice President. Mo, good evening.
Good evening, Stephen. It's good to be with you.
Well, it must be good to be Joe Biden tonight, looking at those poll numbers.
Well, I'm sure he is in good spirits and cautiously optimistic the way we all are. But also, he's such a calm and peaceful man, and I'm sure he also recognizes that it's not over until the last vote is counted. And we don't want to jinx it, Stephen, right?
But as you look at those numbers, Mo, you wouldn't be betting for Donald Trump, would you?
Well, that's a great way to ask it, because earlier today in several interviews I've said I am a gambler, and if I was betting, I would absolutely bet on the Biden numbers right now over the Trump numbers all day long. Yes.
Well, what do you think it has happened in your country, Mo, that President Trump has confounded the pollsters so much, and at the end of the day has done far better, even at this stage, than many predicted? What's going on?
I think what's going on is very clear that what pollsters are not capturing, they didn't capture them in 2016, and now again in 2020, what they didn't capture, Stephen, are what I call that either closeted or secret Trump voter who, for whatever reason, whether it was they were too embarrassed or they felt they were putting themselves at risk of, some type of harassment or being denigrated, they just didn't participate in the polling. And so this was this unpredictable, unknown commodity, right? And what the Democratic side, what our side had to be doing was we had to we knew they existed, Stephen, but I think what we had to realize was how many votes do we need to overcome that when you're overcoming something you don't even know, right? We don't even know what the number was. So that's what I think you're seeing was the pollsters got it wrong because they just didn't register, and all of these literally hundreds of thousands of voters who were flying under the radar screen.
And if Joe Biden is declared president, how does he reach out to those diehard Trump fans?
He's already begun that process, as you probably have been watching, and anybody who's been watching him probably for the last several months of the campaign, he has already begun that process. And I want to make it very clear to your listeners, when I worked for Joe Biden, the one beautiful thing that I saw about this man that I personally learned on my own journey of life, I learned it from him. And that was he's actually sincere and genuine about this desire to build unity and to unify people. He's been doing it his whole career. He's always worked across the aisle. Some of his dearest friends are people who didn't agree with him at all politically for the last 40 years. But he has this beautiful, beautiful, uncanny ability to find common ground with people who don't necessarily share his political views. So you've already seen him start that. And everything that he says, you'll hear it tonight if he speaks. You'll hear it tomorrow if he speaks. That's the first step, Stephen. But I
know that nearly sounds poetic, but the reality is that in your country, it is so divided. It is so polarized. Toxic in your country and polarized like never ever before. That talking about this man who may reach out, and they might laugh in his face because they might think that this election is a fraud. There's no evidence to suggest it is, but that's what they've been told. And it's going to take a lot more than reaching out. There's going to be a venomous atmosphere in your country for what? Years?
So I don't know that it's years, Stephen. I think we have a problem. There's no doubt about that. Look, the vice president said yesterday or the day before, he's not naive. I'm not naive. We are not naive on our side of the equation here. But if we don't go into this with that spirit of unification, then we will never save this democracy. So if it sounds poetic, I'm sorry, but it's genuine from our side. We know that for a democracy to survive and for it to work effectively for all of its citizenry, you have to find common ground, you have to collaborate, and you have to compromise. Otherwise, we will have analysis paralysis and a division, as you're pointing out, that literally could take down a democracy. So we don't have any choice. And I'm not suggesting Joe Biden's going to fix this overnight. We're not naive, as I said. The pragmatic and realistic approach to it is what the vice president said. It's every policy you make. It's about every word you speak. It's about every action you engage in. It all has to demonstrate, Stephen, that you're going to listen to people across the spectrum, that you're going to listen to people with different ideologies and ideas and solutions. And Joe Biden is the man that does that. I'm telling you, as his friend, as his former employee, nobody is better suited to begin that process. Is it going to happen in 3 months? Absolutely not. Is it 3 years? I don't know. Is it 30 years? I hope not.
Joe Biden is 78 in 2 weeks' time. Has he got the stamina, the physical stamina, to be able to see if he does become presidency, that office out for 4 years? It would tire a young man. What's it going to do to a 78, 79, 80, 81-year-old man?
Well, first of all, I will tell you this. If I am half as vigorous when I'm 78 as he is, I will be a very happy man. Joe Biden is in an amazing shape. I don't think people realize he works out every day. He is very fit. As we say in my home state of Texas, he's fit as a fiddle. And yes, he has the stamina. Yes, he has the vigor. Most importantly, he has the character and the integrity. And he has the knowledge about how to lead this nation through multiple crises, not just one, multiple crises. And so, yes, he absolutely does. And I don't look at his 78-year-old birthday in November as something negative. I view it as thank you to the universe and to God and Allah, whoever you believe in, that he is 78, because with that 78 years, Stephen, comes the type of experience and the wisdom that we need at this exact moment in time in American history.
What about relations with our country, with the UK? How do you think that will change?
I think it will improve. I think that there's one thing about Joe Biden that everybody should probably take a second to think about. His multiple decades of understanding foreign relations and building relationships with leaders and countries around the world for decades. And what does that tell you? He understands the power of relationships with our allies built on mutual trust and mutual respect. He also goes in, I've been with him in those meetings, where he's meeting with the president of another country, and including the United Kingdom, and he goes in the spirit of compromise and finding that common ground that he's now going to put to use domestically as well. So look, Stephen, you're never going to find probably a president of the United States more equipped, more prepared, and more aware of how important it is to strengthen our friendships with the United Kingdom and countries like the United Kingdom and the entire Commonwealth, for that matter. And he understands that those are vital to a global economy and to this global family.
You will understand why, because I'm on the BBC, and it's the right thing to do for me to say that Joe Biden has not got 270 votes yet. He has not been declared the president yet, but given where the numbers are, I think it's at least wise to speculate about the what if. Let's put it like that. Now, you were senior advisor when Joe Biden was vice president. So let me ask you this, as a senior advisor.
Yes, sir.
If Joe Biden becomes president, would you, as an advisor, do you think his advisors should advise him to pardon Donald Trump if there were any active, successful prosecutions against him?
Listen, I am not going to speculate on that. If you're asking me what if I was his advisor, what would I personally say? Personally, I think it's premature to even speak about that because we do not know. There's going to be one big difference among about a million big differences, I might add. But one of them is the Department of Justice under a Biden administration is going to be a respected attorney of the country again, not of the president. So you will not be watching Joe Biden tell his attorney general what to investigate, how to rule, when to interfere. You will not see that happening because that's not the way it's supposed to work. So it's premature to speculate that there will even be any criminal actions brought against the president. But let me remind your listeners about something. Even if I was his advisor in the White House, I would wait to see what the circumstances and the facts were. Second of all, let me remind your listeners, the President of the United States cannot pardon Donald Trump or anybody else on state criminal actions. So it doesn't matter whether Joe Biden or anybody else would pardon Donald Trump. He's still going to face whatever it is that he will face on the state level, Stephen, and that is not pardonable.
What's the final question? What is the level of tension like in your country? We talked about the toxicity that exists in your country. What's the atmosphere actually like? How quickly can that be healed?
It's intense, Stephen. Frankly, it's unprecedented in my lifetime. I'm sure during our Civil War era and sometimes during the civil rights situations, they probably experienced similar tension. But this is unprecedented in my lifetime. Frankly, you vacillate across a spectrum of emotions. To be really honest with you, from fear to sadness, almost an always percolating anxiety underneath it all. And then you'll have glimmers of and moments of it's going to be okay, where you're hopeful again, where you dream of a day and aspire of a day, right, where it will be back to some semblance of mutual respect and that unity of at least understanding that we're all about the betterment of our country, that it's all about us loving the United States together, and that common objective of making her the best country she can be. But I'm telling you, it is intense, Stephen. It is intense. It's a roller coaster, and underneath it all the time is a percolating anxiety. And at times it's even fearful for your safety. I actually, right now, in the last 48 hours, have stopped wearing my Biden 2020 mask that I wear for the COVID precautions.
You fear for your safety from whom?
I happen to be in Vermont right now, and I'm in a little village where there are some very visible and vocal Trump supporters who are quite abrasive and confrontational. And so last week I got cussed out several times in the local village store when I went in to buy just some local things with my Biden mask on as part of my help for the campaign, obviously. And I realized that right now tensions are so high that I'm not even willing to take the risk of what somebody might do if they see me with a Biden mask on these last 48 hours. That's how high the tensions are.
Really enjoyed talking to you, Mo. Thank you very much indeed, sir.
Stephen, it's a pleasure to be with you. Thank you. Have a beautiful rest of the night.
All the very best. Now, President Trump issued a statement today. He said this election is not over and talked again about irregularities in Pennsylvania and Nevada. Joshua Douglas is an election law and voting rights professor at the University of Kentucky. Joshua, is there any evidence of election fraud?
None whatsoever. Our elections are very secure. Voter fraud, election fraud is extremely rare, and certainly never to the extent where it could affect thousands of ballots. Occasionally you might hear about some sort of voter fraud issue in a local election, although that in of itself is also extremely rare. But there's no evidence at all that this election is tainted by any sort of fraud or anything else.
Does a court have to take the fact that it is the occupier of the highest office in the land, the president, that is alleging election fraud more than if anybody else was saying it?
No, not at all. I mean, there's no such thing as going to the Supreme Court and just saying, I think I won, so declare me the winner. That's not how this works. You need to have a legal claim. You need to have actual evidence. And this election is not going to be decided by the court, except for the court perhaps dismissing the various lawsuits that the Trump campaign has brought. At least as far as I've seen so far, there's really nothing that they've been able to allege that is an actual cause of action. You know, there is one case out of Pennsylvania that the U.S. Supreme Court had a petition in front of them before the election, which they essentially decided not to decide then. And this has to do with Pennsylvania's absentee ballot deadline, when can ballots arrive. And it doesn't appear, however, that there are enough ballots that are arriving after November 3rd to make a difference in Pennsylvania. So even if the court ultimately decides that legal issue, it doesn't look like it'll make a difference in this election.
Will it delay the result?
No. The electors will meet on December 14th. You know, that's how this works, is that each state elects a set of electors, either for Donald Trump or Joe Biden in this case, and they'll all meet on December 14th in their respective states. They'll cast their ballots, and then on January 6th, Congress will receive and open those electoral college votes and tabulate them and announce the winner for the person who has 270. And that's a really interesting and important thing to note for your listeners, is that there's no such thing as an election night winner in American elections. The winner that's declared by the media is just that, a media projection based on the votes that have been tallied so far, based on exit polling and historical data. But the election has never been official until the Electoral College voters meet in each state, and then Congress on January 6th receives those and declares the winner. So, you know, what we're seeing right now is the process playing itself out as expected, and I don't think there's anything that's going to delay that.
But within that process, there is no doubt that some of the counts are very, very close indeed. So what does the law say about the right of a candidate to ask for a recount? It varies state by state, doesn't it?
It does, right? So Wisconsin says if you're under, I think it's 0.5% between the two candidates, then you can have a recount. Georgia looks like it might be close enough to have a recount. But one thing to note is that recounts rarely change the votes by more than a few hundred. You know, there may be some sort of tabulation error that occurred, but never to the point where it would swing, you know, thousands of votes. And also, the recounts that will occur in Wisconsin and Georgia, if Georgia does go to a recount as well, may not make a difference in the ultimate outcome of the presidential election if Joe Biden has enough electoral college votes in other states. You know, we're waiting to see on Nevada, we're waiting to see on Arizona, and, you know, if these states are all close, it's perfectly within Donald Trump's legal right to request a recount. But again, at least historically, recounts rarely, if ever, change the vote totals very much. I mean, you know, talking about Bush v. Gore in 2000, that was 537 votes out of millions cast.
Joshua, President Trump has just within the last few minutes tweeted Biden should not wrongfully claim the presidency. Now, with that in mind, what would happen if literally Joe Biden gets 270 or more electoral college votes and President Trump in January refused to leave the White House? What would actually happen?
Well, obviously, that would be very unprecedented. We have a democratic norm of the loser accepting defeat, but there's no legal requirement that the losing candidate concede an election. It doesn't matter what Donald Trump says. If Joe Biden has enough electoral college votes to win, and Congress opens the ballots, the electoral college votes, that is, on January 6th, then on January 20th at noon, Joe Biden will assume the presidency when he takes the oath of office. And if Donald Trump is still in the White House and literally refuses to leave, then I suspect that the U.S. Marshal Service or the Secret Service would escort him out. I mean, it would be certainly crazy and unprecedented and you know, violate democratic norms, but there's no legal requirement that Trump concede. And if he's essentially a trespasser in the White House as of January 20th on noon, then I would suspect that he would be escorted out.
And no matter what the result is, it's a statement of fact that he retains the power of the presidential office until January, and therefore, my goodness, a powerful man, knowing that he's going to lose that power in a couple of months, is there any restraint within the Constitution to stop Trump doing what he wants in terms of pardons and using his powers in other ways?
Well, certainly not in terms of pardons. The pardon power seems fairly absolute, although, as the previous guest was suggesting, it's not clear that he could pardon himself. I think that would be an issue that the courts would have to resolve if he tried to pardon himself for any potential crimes committed. And also, of course, that wouldn't apply to state-level crimes. But in terms of a federal crime for anybody else, there does not seem to be, or there is not, I should say, any limits on that power. Certainly in terms of other issues, if you were to issue executive orders for something, those could be rescinded the minute that the next president takes office. And of course, there's the courts.
We're going to leave it there, Joshua. Thank you very much. The full tweet from Donald Trump 8 minutes ago: Joe Biden should not wrongfully claim the office of the president. I could make that claim also. Legal proceedings are just now beginning. That from President Trump in the last 8 minutes.
On digital, BBC Sounds, smart speaker and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
BBC News at 11 o'clock. This is Anthony Birchley. Joe Biden is on the verge of becoming the next president of the USA after pushing ahead in a number of key states. 3 days after counting began, he's overtaken Donald Trump in the final stages of the count in Pennsylvania, a state that will secure him the presidency if he wins. The Democratic challenger also has a narrow lead in Georgia, where there will be a recount. Our North America editor, John Sopel, says Mr. Biden is due to make a televised address in the next few hours.
He's got a judgment to make this evening when he addresses the nation. Do I call it and announce that I am now the president-elect, or does he wait for the US networks to say he's got over the line, he's got over 270? And for Donald Trump, there are tough questions as well, because I'm told the mood in the White House is somber. A lot of aides didn't turn up for work today. Donald Trump is angry that he's not getting the support that he feels he needs, but he wants to go full steam ahead with this legal strategy, even though there doesn't seem to be a legal strategy.
Speaking earlier this afternoon during a visit to Leicester, Boris Johnson said he looked forward to dealing with whoever ends up in the White House.
Let's be clear, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom is always going to work very, very closely with whoever is the President of the United States. And that's going to be the case, whatever the outcome of this election. And, I don't think at this stage you'd expect any foreign international leader to comment on the democratic processes of a very friendly country.
Mr. Johnson also said he believed there was a deal to be done on Britain's post-Brexit trade with the EU. He's due to have a call with the European Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen, tomorrow in an attempt to accelerate progress in the talks. A further 355 coronavirus-related deaths have been recorded in the latest figures. The Office for National Statistics has indicated the number of new infections may be levelling off at around 50,000 cases a day. All non-urgent operations have been cancelled at several major hospitals in Manchester and Birmingham. The trusts there say they're having to divert resources away from procedures such as hip and knee replacements to deal with more emergency cases of COVID-19. A couple from the West Midlands are £300,000 richer after selling a collection of Star Wars memorabilia they inherited from a neighbour at auction. The toys were stored in bin bags and on the point of being thrown away. Mark Hill, who's from the BBC's Antiques Roadshow, explains why they commanded such a high price.
It was the condition that people really wanted. I mean, these were still in their boxes, and the boxes themselves were still in great condition. Collectors always want to display things that look as good as possible, and there's always that bit of competition between collectors for owning the very best example that there is. Who knows why they were never opened?
Football and Southampton's manager Ralph Hasenhüttl says anything is possible after his team rose to the top of the Premier League. They beat Newcastle 2-0, but only drew 0-0 at Brighton. That's the BBC News at 3 minutes past 11.
Returning to BBC One and iPlayer.
How did you get here?
I crossed through a window.
You found a doorway that leads to another world. The man that made that doorway has a knife.
It could slice between worlds.
Something's happened here, Pan.
There's something evil here.
Driver, we need to get out of here.
New worlds collide.
There's a myriad of universes out there.
His Dark Materials.
Sunday night at 8:10 on BBC One and iPlayer.
Stephen Nolan on BBC Radio 5 Live.
Well, tonight we've heard from Anthony Scaramucci, Communications Director for President Trump, for just 10 days.
When he was talking about the Mexicans being rapists, or he's going to have a ban on the Muslims due to their religion, I should have quit right then and there. But I did something that many people did, was I applied cognitive dissonance. And I rationalized that his policies would be better than Secretary Clinton's. And then when he won, he asked me to go work for him, and then that was my fatal flaw.
Mo Vaylett was Vice President's senior advisor.
He's actually sincere and genuine about this desire to build unity and to unify people. He's been doing it his whole career. He's always worked across the aisle. Some of his dearest friends are people who didn't agree with him at all politically for the last 40 years.
Mo Vaylett on Joe Biden. Joshua Douglas is an election law and voting rights professor at the University of Kentucky. He gave me his reaction to what President Trump said last night.
This is unprecedented in my lifetime. Frankly, you vacillate across a spectrum of emotions, to be really honest with you, from fear to sadness, almost an always percolating anxiety underneath it all. And then you'll have glimmers of and moments of, it's going to be okay.
Tomorrow's newspaper front pages, the Daily Mirror says beaten fair and square. The Daily Telegraph echoes the words of the Biden camp, saying Trump told to stop trespassing as Biden prepares for victory. The Daily Mail pivots away from the US election, saying BBC Diana scandal, Spencer's damning dossier. The Guardian returns to the election with a simple hint to a Biden victory, saying on the brink. The Daily Express says writing on the wall for Trump. The Eye, Biden ready for power. The New York Times, Biden clears a path to victory. Here's how to get in touch tonight.
This is BBC 5 Live. Call free 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Text will be charged at your standard message rate. Plus, see our privacy notice. bbc.co.uk/5live.
Stephen Nolan on BBC Radio 5 Live.
Right, Alan's calling us from Northern Ireland tonight, from Belfast. Hello, Alan.
Hello, Stephen. Good to be on your show again. I just wanted to phone up the guy that was on talking.
Anthony Scaramucci, his former director of communications, guy that Trump sacked after 20 days or whatever.
Yeah, and the BBC got him on. He's been on this program before, and he absolutely, as we're saying, Northern Ireland cuts a tripe out of the guy. He says he doesn't hate Trump, but I think it's a wee bit unbalanced, Stephen. We should maybe hear two sides of the argument, and then he talks about the peaceful transition of power. What peaceful transition of power did Donald Trump get when he became president of the United States? They were going for him right for the very first time.
Obama welcomed him into the White House, sat him down. Do you think Trump will do that for Biden if Trump loses?
Obama and Clinton and the gang, the swamp, they brought on the collusion about the Russians. They tried to get, Michael Flynn, was it? They tried to get the Trump through him, saying that the Russian
But
collusion.
the bottom line is, Alan, there was a peaceful transfer of power. They accepted the result. Obama sat down with Trump in the White House. Do you think Trump, if he loses, will do the same for Biden?
Yes, I will. I think he will. Donald Trump is not a politician. There's no doubt about that. He says what he thinks, and I tell you, sometimes he says the wrong things. He's done a lot of good for that country with jobs, with foreign policy, and a lot of good things. He's brought down the taxes. But I know that he's not a politician. He shoots his mouth off. But I would love to know, people are saying that he could be arrested. This guy Scaramucci said he could be in prison. Can anybody tell me what he's actually done?
Well, it would be for prosecutors to prosecute and then a court to determine. You're clearly, Alan, a big fan of Trump.
Well, I'm not a big fan. I like the guy. I like what he's done for the United States.
Do you think he
does
tells the
say
truth?
Most of the time, yes, he does. I firmly believe that. He says things which are stupid. And when I hear him on the TV sometimes, I say, oh, Mr. Trump, what are you saying? But, you know, he's not perfect by any means. But he said he went into politics.
So let's just take one of the... So, Alan,
how did he become president in the first place?
Well, Alan, let's just take one of the most recent examples.
Sure.
Behind my question of, do you think he tells the truth, right?
Yes.
So, President Trump knows, because he benefited from it himself in the 2016 election, he knows that the American system of electing a president includes people who vote on the day and also includes mail-in votes. He knows that, right?
Yes.
And he knows that the system is that those people who are described as mail-in voters, that they have voted well before election day, and that those will include people who would have been fearful of leaving their homes because of COVID, people who through whatever illnesses couldn't leave their homes. Now, President Trump is suggesting that those people's votes are not counted. How is that in any way honest or honourable?
You've got to count all of the votes, but apparently what has been said now, I've been hearing from the States, that some of the votes actually came in late and they were re-stamped.
No, but President Trump wants the voting stopped, the count stopped. So he wants stopped. Well, that's what he's... So you say he's not a politician. In capital letters, he tweeted, "Stop the count."
Yeah.
How is that honest?
I'm not... Well, I wouldn't say it's... honest is the wrong word. Stephen. I think he's like me. I went to bed the other night and he was up in several other swing states, and I thought, oh, well, fine. It looks like Mr. Trump is going to get elected. It's going to be tight. And then I woke up in the morning and suddenly all of the swing states had went all against him, and I thought, wow, where have all those votes suddenly come from?
But the votes
didn't so there's got to be, Stephen, there's got to be maybe a wee bit of suspicion somewhere.
Oh, come on. Are you not... Listen, I really don't want to be cheeky to you, Alan. But,
no, of course not.
You know, are you not smarter than that?
Boss man, Stephen. You can be
right,
cheeky,
but are you not smarter than that? And let me tell you this, right? So, let me distance this from you, because maybe that is cheeky. You have Trump sitting in the White House with some of the most intelligent, well-read advisors around him, right?
Yeah.
The mail-in votes didn't suddenly appear. The mail-in votes have been part of the US election system through presidents since time began, right? So they didn't suddenly appear. The law, what bit of this can nobody understand that agrees with Trump? The law does not allow those states to count the mail-in votes until election day. But hold on a minute. But let me just finish this, Alan. So so the law required the votes to be open on election day, right? There are more mail-in votes because of COVID, and they're being counted. So why do people like you and Trump turn that into these votes suddenly appeared? They did not suddenly appear.
I'm just saying that all of the swing states, it came as a shock to me that I woke up and thought, oh, wow, all of the mail-in votes must have been for Mr. Biden. And notice I call him Mr. Biden, and I call him Mr. Trump, because I've got respect for both of the guys, not Trump, the way you call him. No, Mr. Trump should go. He's been beaten. And I'm sorry he's been beaten, but he should go tonight.
All right.
And he should be the peaceful transmission of power. I just think there's just something at the back of my mind that...
Okay. Alan, really enjoyed talking to you tonight, sir. Thank you very much. 08085 909 693. Annie Mendelson is in New Jersey, voted Democrat. Hello, Annie.
Hello.
Hello there. Good to talk to you tonight. Katie McCormick is originally from California, now lives in County Down. Hello, Katie.
Hello, Stephen.
You voted for Donald Trump, Katie. How are you feeling?
I feel good. think he's going to succeed.
On what basis?
Well, I think that there probably was something wrong with the voting. So I have some family that live in California, and they received quite a few votes, for the ballot for themselves. So there was something quite fishy, and I think that there's something. Donald Trump is not stupid. He's been talking about the fraud that could possibly happen, and hasn't he been correct from the beginning when there was no peaceful transition when he came in 2016 with all the Russia hoax, the Clinton gate, Obama gate, Biden gate? You just don't know what's really going on. The FBI gate, CIA gate, all those different things. And the gentleman before you, I just got on the phone when your person called me here and heard what he was talking about.
Okay.
Just Donald Trump.
Annie, how would you reply to this?
How would I reply?
Yeah.
Okay. First off, there was a peaceful transfer of power. You even saw Obama invite Trump in there very kindly. Trump is saying he won't. There is a pandemic. Lots of states sent out ballots, but not most states, actually. And it was the GOP, also known as the Republicans, that changed the law that we could not even open mailed-in ballots until Election Day. So all your conspiracy theories are made by the GOP to get you riled up. They're not true. We have a country that says by 4 million votes, no more Donald Trump, no more 3,000 lies, no more saying people are on both sides, good people on both sides when there's Nazis. Get rid of Trump. He's destroying America. And he won't even concede tonight. That's what he needs to do.
Go on, Kitty.
Well, I'm sorry that Nazis were brought into it, but no, I think Donald Trump. My mother-in-law is also sad, who was in the Holocaust.
Well, let's let Kitty
And
reply.
she voted Democrat for the first time in 50 years because she says he's not a good man.
Let's let Kitty
Because
reply.
Donald Trump said they were Nazis. They were good people on both sides, but they are not.
Okay, Kitty's turn.
I'm very sorry, for your mother, having experienced that. I've been. Thank you. Oh, I've been over to, to the Auschwitz of everything just this year. So I'm very sorry to hear about that.
Thank you.
And she's afraid now, Kitty.
Well, no. I think we need to let Kitty. I think we need to let Kitty have her say.
Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kitty. Okay. No, that's okay. I understand totally. And the thing is, Donald Trump has done more for the world and for the United States. From my point of view, we've just been watching it. I sat with my mom 4 years ago. God rest her soul now. She's passed away. But when he was standing with all those guys who were politicians, and he just stood out as just saying, you know what? I'm really sick of all this swamp stuff. And you know what? Even the whole thing, we watched the YouTube, just what's going on with right even before the election, how the news suppressed the horrific stuff about Biden. And even when the impeachment was happening, the FBI had all that stuff.
If the news suppressed it, how have you heard about it?
No, when they revealed it right before the election, the FBI had not even spoken about it. All the things that Donald Trump has been through, and he has stood firm. So he's a pretty straight guy in the respect of talking about and being really honest.
We're going to leave it there. Kitty, thank you. Really enjoyed talking to you. Annie, thank you very much indeed. The President's campaign continues, as we've been discussing tonight, to question the legitimacy of this election. But many are viewing a win for Joe Biden as now a foregone conclusion, no matter how many legal challenges or recounts take place. So some have started looking ahead, including President Trump's former chief of staff turned U.S. Special Envoy to Northern Ireland, Mick Mulvaney.
After this election is over, who is the leading Republican candidate for 2024? And I think now folks are starting to realize, wait a second, if Donald Trump loses, he might be the guy. And I'm telling you, absolutely. I would absolutely expect the president to stay involved in politics, and would absolutely put him on the short list of people who are likely to run in 2024. He doesn't like losing. Plus, don't lose sight of the fact that he will be, I think, technically younger than Joe Biden is 4 years from now.
Well, Mick Mulvaney is with us tonight. Good evening to you.
Good evening. I'm not sure I can follow that exchange, but I'll do my best.
Well, it's good to talk to you. Are you calling this yet? Has Trump any chance?
He does. In fact, I just hung on the phone with some folks in Arizona. That's why I'm disappointed that folks are casting me as having moved on to what comes next for the president, because I think that we're a long way from having a result here. My guess is he probably wins Arizona by Sunday afternoon. Obviously, Georgia's not trending very well, and Pennsylvania is not trending very well. But under our system, there will inevitably be challenges and recounts. Even if people, I've listened to I've done a bunch of media overseas over the course of the last couple of weeks, and people start raising the issue of networks declaring a winner. The network television has nothing to do with this. It's certifications by the secretaries of state in the various states, and there's legal challenges to that, and there's court decisions. So it could drag out for several weeks. I was asked a hypothetical question about if Donald Trump lost, would he be a viable candidate in 2024? And the answer is yes, and I think he would be. But that's far from to be interpreted as having given up on where we are this year.
Fair enough, Meg. What do you think are the sound arguments for legal challenges?
A couple different things. I'll give you an example. Everyone says, "Oh, there's going to be lawsuits," but I'll give you a specific example. Pennsylvania law requires that a mail-in ballot have a signature on it, and that signature match the signature on the records at the voter registration office. That's the law. About 3 weeks ago, a state court said, well, we're not going to enforce that law this year because of COVID. So if a ballot comes in that has a signature on it that doesn't match the signature on the records, we're still going to count that vote. That's the type of thing that lawsuits are made of. Several states' courts have come in and said, well, our law says that the ballots must be received by Election Day, but we are going to change the law this year because of COVID and give 9 extra days for ballots to come in. That, I think, happened in North Carolina. Those are the things that lawsuits take place over. I'll give you one more example, and I'll shut up, and I apologize. Nevada sent ballots to all registered voters. And we're already hearing anecdotes, and great, it's not data, it's just anecdotes, that folks who had moved out of the state still voted because they received that ballot in the mail. That's what we talk about legal challenges. It's not just because you don't like the outcome. That's silly, and that would be doomed to failure from the get-go.
You've been there as his chief of staff. After the legal challenges, no doubt there will be some. If a court determines that President Trump has lost this election, do you think he will need to be dragged kicking and screaming out of the White House? Can you see him conceding?
Yeah, absolutely. I can see him being the president. And at the end of, listen, this is how I expect this to shake out over the course of the next month and a half. Keeping in mind that I think there's a deadline in mid-December about naming the Electoral College, which is part of our constitutional process. And any event would be done by January 20th, when a new president must be sworn in. They're going to fight like cats and dogs. They absolutely are. Both of these gentlemen are. Both of the parties are. There's just so much at stake, and I think more than 150 million people will have voted in this. So there's a lot at stake for a lot of different people. And you'll see every single possible legal theory explored, every single possible avenue explored. When it comes to the end, and inevitably there will be an end, let's say it's the U.S. Supreme Court. The U.S. Supreme Court says XYZ, Joe Biden wins. Donald Trump is going to gracefully leave the White House. And I would expect that Joe Biden would gracefully concede as Al Gore did in 2000. But it's going to come very late in that process.
You say Donald Trump's going to gracefully leave the White House if he loses.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the evidence that Donald Trump has gracefully done anything towards the opposition?
Oh, a bunch of different times. The problem, of course, is when he does things that look presidential, it doesn't fit a narrative in my country, so you don't see it. I've written an op-ed for the Wall Street Journal that I expect will run on Monday that will speak to one example, which is that during the government shutdown, we had suggested various options to the president how to proceed, and he said, no, this calls for something serious. I want to deliver a message from the Oval Office behind the Resolute desk. He's only done that one other time, to my knowledge, during his administration. It was a presidential move because there was a need for him to be presidential. The president is not always Donald Trump the showman. He's also Donald Trump, the 45th president of the United States. And at the appropriate time, he can and will be the president in all manners of being.
But he's been attempting over recent days, Mick, to denigrate the validity of mail-in votes. And he knows that they're part of your democratic system. He knows that they should be counted. And he is tweeting, "Stop the count," to tens of millions of his followers. How is that presidential?
Well, I think the message is count every legal vote and don't count a single illegal vote. That's the law in our country. The president knows, by the way, that
that's
in
not
our
what he's
system,
saying. He's saying stop the count.
Actually, in some states, he's saying keep counting. That's part of my criticism of how they message this: is they want to stop counting in Pennsylvania but keep counting in Arizona. So it's sort of a mixed message there. But we know in our
it's
system
a farce, isn't it?
that no, it's not. Mail-in ballots are subject to fraud in our nation in a way that in-person balloting is not. Take the example I just gave of the signature requirement in Pennsylvania. We require those signatures to match for a reason, to prevent you from taking my ballot, pretending to be me, and sending it in. For some reason, the Pennsylvania courts, instead of heightening the securities that would be necessary in a year because of COVID, we have so much more mail-in balloting, than we ordinarily have. Instead of heightening the protections against fraud like that, potential abuse, they actually lowered it. Makes you scratch your head and wonder why, but that's for other people to decide. But the point of the matter is, every politician who's ever run for office in the United States knows that there can be shenanigans. Typically, it doesn't make a difference in the outcome because the elections are not this close. But the president is not wrong to raise the issue. Now, that being said, and again, I'll be quiet, you can't allege forever. Sooner or later, you have to put up or shut up. You can't say there's fraud in the system and then not present your evidence. And we're quickly moving to the time where it's incumbent upon the president to say, here's my hard evidence of abuse in Michigan and Pennsylvania and Georgia. And this is why we need a recount, and this is why we need votes to be overturned.
And if he really had that evidence, he would have shown it before now. Do you not think?
Oh, no, it takes time to get. I mean, I got 20 emails today from folks who said, here's a picture of somebody with 3 ballots. I mean, it takes time to collect that type of thing. Keep in mind, I mean, the turnout was tremendous. Donald Trump, there's only been 2 people in the entire history of our country to get more votes than Barack Obama in 2008, which was a landslide victory of epic proportions. One is Joe Biden, and the other is Donald Trump. So there's a huge number of votes out there to be examined.
Inside the White House, can you speak to some of the reports of the years of chaos that have happened during President Trump's tenure? Is that a true characterization of what's going on? And look, I know that you're slightly constrained because you still work for the administration as Special Envoy to where I live, where I'm sitting tonight. I'm sitting in just outside Belfast in Northern Ireland tonight. So you're constrained. But what about these reports of chaos in Trump's administration?
I urge everybody to recognize that what you read about our administration comes to you through a filter. That filter is mostly the media in my country. Okay? And most of the media in my country, and I'm not breaking any new ground and making by saying this, hate the president. Okay? This is the folks who tried to convince people over the last 3 months that Donald Trump had no chance of winning the election, that he was going to lose Wisconsin by 17 points, that he was going to lose Florida by 10 points, that he was going to lose, that he could have lost Texas. You have to take with a grain of salt every piece of media. By the way, on both sides, Fox News loves the president as much as MSNBC and CNN hate him. But you're looking at it through a filter. There's no more or no less chaos in the Trump administration than there was in previous administrations. I've been on the inside. I can say that fairly confidently.
Well, you have been on the inside, and President Trump turned on you. Why are you being so loyal to a guy who turned on you, perhaps for telling the truth about conversations with Ukraine? Is the envoy job that big?
Listen, I know this is not the question you asked, but let's see. The president supposedly fired me, but I got the job I asked for when I went in, and he gave me the chief of staff's job instead. Number 2, I got to be heavily involved in picking a good friend of mine, Mark Meadows, to be my successor, and I have lifetime golf privileges at Trump properties all around the world. It doesn't sound to me like that's a bad severance.
So you wanted. So look, I love Northern Ireland. All right, it's a class country. But are you telling me you wanted to leave the chief of staff job for a job for Northern Ireland?
No, the short story is that I went in to ask for the Northern Irish job. It's a part-time job, and I had some additional time because another job he had given me was ending. And he's like, look, come in and be chief for 6 months. It's why I only ever bore the title of acting chief of staff. He goes, do it for 6 months, turn the place around, fix it, then I'll let you have the Northern Ireland gig, and you can stay over at the Office of Managing the Budget. So,
what's he like when you cross? What's he like when you cross him? What's he like behind the scenes when he gets angry? Does he get angry often?
I didn't see him angry that often. I don't think he got any more angry than my dad here looking at me like it's time to go to dinner. So no, I mean, people, listen, my job, he asked me one time, he goes, Mick, how would you describe this job? And I said, Mr. President, there's a reason that people don't last in this job longer than about 16, 18 months. He goes, why is that? I said, because my job is to tell you stuff you don't want to hear and to do things that you don't want to do. And that is the chief of staff's job. Can't tell you the number of times that people can't wait to get in the Oval Office to give him good news, but when there's bad news, they come to me and say, can you please tell the president this bad news next time you see him? So under those circumstances, you get paid to get yelled at. That was my job, so it doesn't bother me at all, and it didn't happen nearly as much as people might think.
Look, as you've spoken about tonight, whether President Trump prevails in this election or not, what cannot be taken away from him is the huge vote that he got. He connected with people, and he's moved the party in a very definite, some people would argue more extreme direction. What does your party do if Trump does not get to 270? Does it reset, or does it embrace Trumpism under someone else?
That's a really, really good question. And I don't know if I've thought it all the way through yet because I'm so focused yet on this particular election. I do think that we're in a better position than the Democrats because the Democrats are selling something that no one wants to buy. The Democrats are selling socialism in a country that doesn't want to be a socialist country. You could look to Florida, where folks actually understand socialism, and the president overperformed amongst Cuban Americans, Venezuelan Americans, in addition to overperforming amongst Hispanic Americans and Black Americans. So we have the better message. There was just a lot of folks who showed up this year to vote against Donald Trump. I don't think they're going to turn up in 2024 to vote against somebody like Senator Tim Scott or Governor Kristi Noem, who are selling the exact same sort of conservatism.
If I followed the logic of what you've just said, then that would mean that Donald Trump has lost you this election rather than the policies.
Well, certainly,
if he doesn't win.
The election became a referendum about Donald Trump. And a lot of folks turned up to vote against him. There's no question about that. Keeping in mind that he also got more votes than any other Republican in history and any other Democrat in history other than Joe Biden.
Have you been in contact with him?
No. I talk to folks in the campaign, but I don't talk to the president unless it's absolutely necessary.
And do you think, just finally, Mick, do you think that there is a kind of a free pass to tell lies when you're in that office, to stretch the truth?
That's a loaded question. Come on now. That's not
to spoof. Well, look. Does that office mean that you have to be factual with your answers, or is it part and parcel of the game now in the United States that you can just say things that are not true?
Listen, I've read one time, there's this mantra over here as the president, I've uttered 3,000 lies, right? And you go back and you read it, and one of the lies is we have a great economy. And people think that's a lie. If you don't like Donald Trump, you don't like Donald Trump. And that's, again, I encourage your listeners to realize that most of what you've heard about him comes through a filter of people who viscerally hate him and still don't understand how he got elected. They still don't understand why half the country voted for him. That's part of the national narrative right now is who could possibly be so stupid to vote for Donald Trump? These are questions that CNN is asking openly on the airwaves. They just don't understand where the country is. So, I encourage you just to realize that not everything you hear in the press is true, although I'm sure everything on this particular network is 100% accurate all of the time.
I'm going to state one final question because I can hear you getting either dressed or doing something to go out for dinner. So you can tell by my accent that I'm Irish. I'm in Northern Ireland right now. How do you see the relationship, no matter who's president, changing with Northern Ireland between your countries?
It's a great question. I don't see any dramatic changes. I've been asked this a couple of times So I put my hat on as the special envoy. I've worked closely with the Democrats and Republicans in doing this job. I think the administration's position and that of, say, the Democrats in Congress is fairly well aligned. In fact, very well aligned when it comes to supporting Northern Ireland. It's said in our country there's only two things left that are truly bipartisan. One is antipathy towards China, and the other is support for the entire island of Ireland. So with that, I'm going to have to ask to leave because my mother is now yelling at me, and I don't like it. She's 53 years old, and I still like it when my parents yell at me. So
That's acceptable, sir. Thank you very much indeed.
Have a great night. Thanks.
That's Mick Mulvaney. His mum screaming at him. That's enough. Enough from us for a moment or two. Here's the news at 11:34.
On digital, BBC Sounds, smart speaker and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
With the 5 Live News, I'm Aaron Paul. Joe Biden is on the verge of becoming the next president of the United States of America after pushing ahead in a number of key states. He's overtaken Donald Trump in the final stages of the count in Pennsylvania, a state that will secure him the presidency if he wins. The Democratic challenger also has a narrow lead in Georgia, where there will be a recount. Mr. Biden is due to make a televised address this evening. Elsewhere, Boris Johnson has said he believes there is a deal to be done on Britain's post-Brexit trade agreement with the EU. He's due to have a call with the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen tomorrow to attempt to accelerate progress in the talks. A further 355 coronavirus-related deaths have been recorded in the past day. The Office for National Statistics has indicated the number of new infections may be levelling off at around 50,000 cases a day. All non-urgent operations have been cancelled at several major hospitals in Manchester and Birmingham. The Trust say they're having to divert resources away from procedures like hip and knee replacements to deal with more emergency cases of COVID-19. Elsewhere, and a couple from the West Midlands are £300,000 richer after selling a collection of Star Wars memorabilia they inherited from a neighbour at auction. The toys were stored in bin bags and on the point of being thrown away. In sport this evening, and goals from Che Adams and Stuart Armstrong have sent Southampton top of the Premier League tonight for the first time in their history. The Saints ran out 2-0 winners against Newcastle at St Mary's, and manager Ralph Hasenhüttl says he's delighted for his players.
Yeah, it's nice for our fans, I think, and for the players also. I think they love to see it. I'm absolutely okay and happy for them as long as they stay hungry and only back now.
In this evening's other game, Brighton and Burnley played out a goalless draw down on the south coast, meaning that Sean Dyche's side are still yet to record their first Premier League win of the season. The Burnley boss, however, is sure his side will start firing soon.
We've shown it before. You know, last season I think was our highest scoring season in the Premier League, so we know there's goals there, and we know they will come because the stats and the facts of our group and our 4 centre forwards, it tells you they can score goals. We do have to find better quality chances at times and just tidy up in the final third, actually.
Staying with the Premier League and ahead of his side's visit to Everton, Manchester United manager Ole Gunnar Solskjaer has stated his players are ready to react positively following on from back-to-back defeats. The United manager also took the time to reaffirm his commitment to a long-term project at the club.
All my conversations with the club have been planning long-term, and of course we want results short-term, but I've had positive, good dialogue, open dialogue with the plans that we've put in place. We've planted a seed. The tree is growing. For me, I've had backing all the way.
In the Championship, and Bristol City made it 2 wins in 3 days as they moved to second in the Championship with a 1-0 win over Cardiff this evening. In tennis, Novak Djokovic has been ranked world #1 for a record equalling 6th time. He said it was a dream come true to match the record of his hero Pete Sampras. Rugby League and Wigan Warriors have won their 5th league leadership and first since 2012 as they beat Huddersfield 19 points to 6 in the final game of the regular Super League season. And the Sunrisers Hyderabad will now face Delhi Capitals on Sunday for the right to meet Mumbai Indians in Tuesday's final. They beat Royal Challengers Bangalore by 6 wickets in Abu Dhabi. That's your latest from BBC Sport.
5 Live Breakfast.
Liverpool, the first city in England to offer a COVID test to every resident. The UK government believes the scheme could be a way of bringing the virus under control. Let's speak to Matt Ashton, Liverpool's Director of Public Health.
Over the weekend and early into next week, we'll have significant amounts of capacity available for everybody in the city.
You're waving at me, Nicky. Go on.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm intrigued as to what the best way to eat mushrooms is.
Fried in butter.
Fried in butter.
On sourdough.
Fried in butter.
Yeah. You know
What
what I'm
about
talking
raw in a salad? No.
Yeah, I'll eat them raw. I'll eat them any which way, to be honest.
5 Live Breakfast. Back Monday morning from 6. Listen on BBC Sounds.
First for news and the best live sport. This is BBC 5 Live with Stephen Nolan.
President Trump has tweeted again just 10 minutes ago. Here's what he has said this time. I had such a big lead in all of these states late into election night, only to see the leads miraculously disappear as the days went by. Perhaps these leads will return as our legal proceedings move forward. That from President Trump's Twitter account 10 minutes ago. Here's Jen in Shropshire. Hello, Jen.
Good evening.
So, it looks like Mr. Trump is going to be keeping his lawyers busy. Legal proceedings, he says, are just beginning.
I think he's got a point. I do think these elections, and it doesn't matter what country you're in, I think if you've been in the system and you know how it works, one also knows the pressure the agents get in different states or different constituencies. There is a massive machine what goes on getting these votes in behind the scenes, as you well know.
There's a massive machine of scrutiny, Jen.
Pardon?
There's a massive machine of scrutiny.
But exactly, it's a massive machine
of scrutiny
of
the kind,
really
and there is.
But I certainly think it is open for people to take advantage of, say, those people who have died and put those votes in. These people who go around collecting votes for people, and certainly the postal system.
But Jen, there's no evidence of that having. Jen,
concern, should I say? Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
There is no evidence of this having happened in this election.
I think what should happen is where they're going to be recounting one particular state. I think what they should do is have an investigation go on at the same time and actually check those ballots out to see if there's been any duplicity or what else. And then we can categorically say, no, this system is safe.
Do you remember back in 2016 at the last election, Jen?
Yeah, I do.
That President Trump was predicting election fraud then until he won.
Well, I mean, Hillary Clinton was doing the same thing, and Hillary Clinton had a big vote.
No, but let's
didn't go out very nicely. None of them did.
But we're not talking about Hillary Clinton. We're talking about Trump.
I thought Trump was going to get it with a landslide. I honestly did. And to be honest, I think now it looks set to go Mr. Biden's way, and I wish him every success. But I do think the lights will go out for America. Because Donald Trump, for me, and I'm not a massive fan, and I don't actually do a lot of American politics, but he's actually got me interested in American politics again. And I love politics, and, for me, the lights are just going to go out. He's really reinvigorated it. I mean, he comes out with stuff, but it does get that attention. And I certainly think this old system we've had, everywhere on the way the votes are cast and how they are cast probably does need some reform.
Jen, thank you. Paul in Brighton. Hello, Paul.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing okay, thank you.
Good.
You know, what you have here is you have President Trump suggesting electoral fraud when there is no hard evidence has been presented to back it up. None.
Well, I had a bet on President Trump winning, and the bookies offered me to cash in, which I did because all of a sudden I realised that something wasn't right. And I've been proved right that I did cash in at the right time. But changing the subject...
You're talking about this year?
I'm talking about this year. Yep. Yeah. So the bookies smelt it because the bookies changed their odds very quickly. And they're usually right. Something was going on. But I have to say that this election was won by George Floyd. That he won it for them. But if you ask any Democrat what has Trump done wrong, they blame Trump for COVID-19. They blame Trump for the effect that COVID has had on the economy, and yet nobody blames China. You know, this has been misinformation and media propaganda, and it'll all come out. And I'll tell you what, I'll tell you one thing. This is going to be my prediction. Biden will be removed within a month because he's got the same disease my wife suffers from, which is dementia with Lewy bodies.
Well, no, Paul. We cannot. No, there's no well about it. I'm going to stop you there. No, I'm going to stop you there, sir.
Well, I've had 6 years.
No, I'm going to stop you there.
I've had 6 years of work.
No, I'm going to stop you, Paul. No. So we're not going to speculate widely and just make up someone's health condition when, again, there is absolutely no evidence to support that position whatsoever. You know, is this not the very definition of conspiracy theories now? And look, for those of you that may get angry that I've taken Paul in Brighton off, I want as many of you as possible to have your say on this network. But it's got to be beyond the threshold if people just start making up medical conditions without any evidence to support it whatsoever. That's what Paul did. That's why I'm going to ask him to reflect before he comes back on. 11:45. Linda is in Atlanta. Hello, Linda. Linda's not in Atlanta. Jay is in California. Hello, Jay.
Hey, Stephen. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from a darkening California here with the sun going down.
And you've called us all the way from California. How are you feeling about where it's all sitting at the moment in your country?
So I'm glad to see Biden is making progress. I've been supporting Biden for many years. I was a Kamala Harris supporter, and I'm glad she's going to be she's the vice president nominee. Obviously concerned about what I am seeing. You know, there are people protesting in Arizona with guns outside where the vote counting is going on. That isn't a great thing to see. Interesting hearing it from the UK perspective and how you guys are seeing the elections. But I don't know if people in the UK know that the elections here are run locally and they're different state by state. So if we look at, for example, Pennsylvania, the Republican-run administration, except for the governor, has she pushed to change how election law is done, such that all mail-in ballots had to be counted after the in-person ballots are counted. So that's why you've seen a swing away from Trump to Biden, because now the mail-in ballots are being counted, and predominantly Democrats voted mail-in because they were told stay away because of the virus, and vote by mail is safe. And the Republican voters were told by the president mail-in balloting isn't safe, so they didn't vote, they went in person. So I think that's why you're seeing swings in states like, for example, Pennsylvania and Georgia, because predominantly Democratic voters voted by mail. And by the way, California is a vote by mail state, so pretty much everybody here voted by mail or dropped their ballots off, as I did.
You said that you're in a darkening California. Is it not 4:45 in the afternoon where you are?
Yeah, the sun is setting.
I see. California is one of my favorite places on earth. I'm just jealous, Jay.
It's been an interesting past 4 years here, living in California, traveling back to the UK every summer. And you know, the Trump administration's handled the virus very badly. I wasn't able to travel back to the UK this year. I have some health conditions, and obviously I don't want to spend 10 hours in a plane and 14 days quarantining in the UK because the US is considered not to be a safe place to travel from. So we've not handled the virus here. I don't know if people know, but the US had the highest number of cases, 117,000 reported on a daily basis yesterday. The second highest was the day before. So we're definitely seeing an increasing number of cases. And, you know, obviously I worry for my fellow citizens in this country, for the people who have been at the Trump rallies, where there's been no social distancing, little mask wearing, that we'll see a further spike in cases as well.
Give me a sense of the level of tension in your country, Jay.
You know, the US is such a vast country, and one place is very different from another. You know, there is certainly a level of tension that I'm seeing on the news programs, on the web, listening to my local PBS station. You know, you can see I talked about Arizona, where people have been protesting. You probably saw the protests outside the counting center in Philadelphia. You've probably seen the protests outside the counting center in Detroit, where people have been protesting in Pennsylvania and Detroit. People are saying stop the count. But in other places in Arizona, they're saying continue on the count. So there's definitely a lot of tension. There's a lot of concern, obviously. You know, is the president going to concede? In my view, I don't think he's going to concede. I was listening to, you had, the gentleman's name earlier on your show, who was one of the advisors to President Trump, saying that, you know, that there may be some sort of anti-Scaramucci. Yeah, I was fascinated by that interview. I do hope that there is a peaceful transition. The country needs to come together. It needs to be, you know, a peaceful approach to get the country back together, right? Otherwise, you know, it doesn't help it's not going to help the country financially. It's not going to help the country economically. It's not going to help us fight the virus or climate change or the whole bunch of other things that need to be fixed if the country cannot come together. And, you know, the past 4 years have been very difficult. A lot of Democratic supporters have, you know, hoped we started out with Trump hoping that he would at least sort of fit in with a normalcy, but very quickly we saw that he didn't, especially, you know, after you looked at the events in where there were the race riots, and he said that there were some good people amongst everybody. That wasn't true. You know, being a person of color, it's been very difficult here too. You know, watching what's going on and just hoping that the country comes to some normalcy. I was glad to see that Biden had picked Kamala Harris, half Indian, half African American. I'm sure that helped him with the vote as well. But I do think it's time now for the country to return to some sort of normalcy and start to attack some of the things that need to be done, such as the virus, such as economic return. It's going to be interesting, definitely, for Brexit. If Biden wins, I'm sure he's probably not going to be as smooth giving a deal to Boris Johnson. But I think the peace process might have a better chance. Thank you.
We're going to have to leave it there, Jay. Thank you very much. A growing number of Republicans have been distancing themselves from Donald Trump on Friday, following his latest attempt to claim victory in the US election. Illinois Republican Congressman Adam Kinzinger tweeted that the president's claims of fraud were getting insane. Senator Marco Rubio, Florida Republican, said that taking days to count legally cast votes is not fraud. Dr. Thomas Gift is the director of the Centre on US Politics at University of College London. Good evening to you, Thomas.
Good evening. It's good to be with you.
Well, it's good to talk to you too. Does it look like these Republicans are very much now distancing themselves from Trump?
Well, I think that you see some examples of Republicans distancing themselves from Trump, but others seem to be sticking with him. You know, the one thing about Donald Trump, of course, that we know is that he has such a strong base, such a loyal base. And so I think when you're kind of thinking about the future of the Republican Party, I think that there is going to be a Trumpian element to it, even after Donald Trump leaves the White House. So I think some prominent Republican leaders are still somewhat reluctant to break too sharply from the president. And we have seen some high-profile politicians in Washington who still seem to be, if not backing the president, if not supporting him, at least not actively distancing themselves from some of his comments.
I was asking this question earlier, that it's going to be interesting for the Republican Party to decide which way it goes if it does lose this election. And the numbers aren't with them at the moment. It's still possible that President Trump will prevail, but it's not looking good, is it? So, Thomas, will the Republican Party distance itself from Trump if it loses this election, or will it try to understand the mass connection that Trump had and try to find Trump Mark II?
Well, the one thing that we can be sure of is, even though Biden looks like he may win, I think that a lot of the groundswell support that initially led to Donald Trump's election still exist. And if you just look at the popular vote figures, Donald Trump right now has about 47 to 48% of the vote. He still has a lot of Republicans behind him. This certainly wasn't a case where Biden won by a landslide. If that had occurred, then I think you would be more likely to see the Republican Party shift in a different direction. But because you didn't have that resounding, decisive victory for Joe Biden, I think it's evidence to some extent that the main message that Donald Trump has been trumpeting over the past 4 years still resonates with a lot of voters. You know, that 40% or so of the American public that stuck with him through thick and thin. I think the one point to note, however, is that Donald Trump is such a unique figure. Kind of his charisma, his personality, his rhetoric, the extent to which he is just so bombastic. It's hard to kind of think about a politician who might, duplicate all of those qualities. And so to some extent, there just may not be another candidate like Donald Trump, even if some of the elements of his policies and his rhetoric and his tone might be embraced by the Republican Party going forward.
It also begs the question that, and I keep on caveating this, that if Trump doesn't prevail this time, why would they try to find a replacement for Trump like Trump rather than letting Trump run again?
Well, that's possible, and you have certainly heard speculation about that. I mean, that would be quite unusual, certainly not impossible. He would be eligible to do that. But I think given the natural evolution of parties, given the potential loss, Republicans would be trying to look toward the future, I think. Of course, there are a number of potential politicians who have high profiles that might be likely to fill that void. And you can think about Tom Cotton, who's a senator, or Ted Cruz, who is a senator, potentially Mike Pence. You have heard speculation even of some of Trump's family members running. I think that's also unlikely. It might just be that Donald Trump's win in 2016 was an aberration. You had 4 years of him, but the country will eventually go in a different direction, although never say never.
What about those people, Dr. Gift, who will say this is not over yet? This has not been declared. There is still a pathway for Trump.
Well, they're correct, technically. If you look at the numbers, it does seem to be tilting heavily in Biden's favor, although there are some possibilities in which Trump could still pull this out. If you look at kind of this state by state right now, Biden has technically 9 paths to victory. Trump has 3 paths to victory. And there's one scenario which, if you can believe it, would still leave the two candidates tied. There are some big states, though, that are in play, and almost all of them Biden is leading. In Georgia, in Pennsylvania, in Arizona, and Nevada. Of course, his margin there is very small, less than 2 percentage points in each of those states. So it's not an impossibility. We're also likely headed toward recounts in some of these states, just automatically given the narrow margin by which Biden is currently leading. And of course, you can't totally rule out the possibility that Donald Trump may have some traction in the courts. I think generally you have to say that most of his claims about voting irregularities and fraud lack basis. But there is one state in particular where he could have a legitimate claim, not necessarily that he would win, but a legitimate claim, and that's Pennsylvania. And the issue there is that votes were allowed to be counted that were postmarked prior to the election but received afterwards. That was a decision that was rendered by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, but there are some who question the constitutionality of that decision and whether a choice like that needs to be made by the legislature there. It was challenged in the U.S. Supreme Court before the election. The U.S. Supreme Court declined to hear that case, but they did suggest an openness to hearing it after the election. Of course, in the interim, we've also had the new confirmation of Amy Coney Barrett, who's a conservative. So if there's one place where you might look at legal battles having a little bit of traction, it's Pennsylvania. But even there, I think the possibility is quite remote.
What would you be advising Joe Biden to do at the moment?
Well, I think I would be advising Joe Biden to do more or less what he's doing, and that is project confidence, reassure his voters, but also kind of take a step back and let the votes be counted. And that's what I think most Americans want. They believe that the election is free and fair. They want every vote to be counted. And certainly some will be disappointed with the outcome, and that's almost inevitable. But most people want this to be resolved and to be resolved as soon as possible.
Yeah,
but it takes some time. I think
we've been talking, Thomas, about how the candidates will deal with the outcome, whatever it is. How's the American public, the losing side of the American public, going to deal with the outcome? Do you foresee much unrest?
Well, before the election, we saw some of these images in New York City and Washington, D.C. of people boarding up buildings and being concerned about violence. I think so far there hasn't been any evidence that that has been significant. I'm sure that there will be dissatisfaction and discontent, and there always is when you're on the losing side of an election like this. I do think that kind of concerns about violence or mass social unrest are probably overstated. I think the odds of that happening are quite remote. But more specifically, I think when you just think about the polarization that currently exists in the United States, this election is only going to exacerbate that problem, with both sides feeling to some extent aggrieved.
Okay, Dr. Thomas Gift, thank you very much indeed. The Midnight News comes next.
On digital, BBC Sounds, smart speaker and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
BBC News at midnight. This is Anthony Birchley. In the US presidential election, Donald Trump has fallen further behind his Democratic challenger Joe Biden in two of the last states to finish counting votes, Pennsylvania and Georgia. If Mr. Biden were to take Pennsylvania, that alone would hand him the presidency, though a final result may not come for a few days. The BBC's Yalda Hakim is in Philadelphia and explains why the large number of postal or mail-in votes is holding up the crucial announcement there.
It's something that Pennsylvania isn't used to. It's the first year that people are able to mail in their votes without an excuse. And really, that was a result of the pandemic, that we're seeing such a huge number of mail-in votes. And they say they're going to take their time, no matter how many days it takes. And also, don't forget that they didn't begin counting until November the 3rd at 7 o'clock in the morning. Some counties didn't even begin counting until Wednesday. So that's one of the reasons it's so slow. And obviously, they know there is a lot at stake here.
Donald Trump has insisted he'll continue his battle in the courts, but allegations by the president and his team that they may be denied victory because of electoral fraud have caused divisions within the Republican Party. Georgia, where the vote is so tight there's to be a recount, is a traditionally Republican state and hasn't been won by a Democrat in a presidential race since 1992. The mayor of Atlanta, Keisha Lance Bottom, says a number of factors have impacted on how Georgians have voted this time.
It's been a convergence of issues that's made people show up and say that I want to make a difference in America. And what we've been telling people all year is your vote is your voice. And people cried out loud and clear to say that we want change.
People across the UK are being prevented from getting a COVID test posted to their home because they don't have any credit history. The government system uses a credit scoring database to verify people's identity. But for those like Laura McCormack, who've not been in the country very long, or may have other reasons for having minimal credit history such as their age, the system doesn't recognise them.
We're trying to do the right thing by getting tested and self-isolating and all the rest of it, but not being able to verify our identity was very strange. We're both on the electoral roll. We both have bank accounts here. We have water bills. We have electricity bills. There are many ways that the government could have accessed our identity information. So the fact they've chosen the credit path is very odd to me.
Scotland has become the first part of the UK to make it a criminal offence to smack or hit a child. A change to the law gives children there the same protection from assault as adults. Southampton have moved to the top of the Premier League after beating Newcastle 2-0. Burnley drew 0-0 at Brighton. And the weather, a dry night with mist and fog patches developing widely across the UK. A few clear spells are possible in the far east and the north of Scotland. That's the latest BBC News at approaching 3 minutes past midnight.
Scott Mills and Chris Stark.
Because I was too embarrassed to say no, I took a job as a Christina Aguilera tribute act in Ayia Napa in Cyprus. And the bosses were holding up a picture of Christina Aguilera for me. Didn't hold up my name on it.
At the airport. Didn't even have your name.
Just holding it aloft. But that's not all, because they're lucky I went over, because what they were actually holding up was a big photograph of the singer Anastasia.
Scott Mills and Chris Stark.
Saturday morning from 9.
BBC 5 Live. Stephen Nolan on BBC Radio 5 Live.
I see CNN reporting that President Trump has been suggesting he doesn't believe his legal team is now up to the task of defending him in the courts, and he's asking for his team to find better lawyers. CNN saying this is according to a person who has just spoken to him. Tonight, here on 5 Live, we've been getting your reaction. Alan and Kitty are big President Trump fans.
Donald Trump is not a politician, there's no doubt about that. He says what he thinks, and I tell you, sometimes he says the wrong things. He's done a lot of good for that country.
Donald Trump has done more for the world and for the United States. I sat with my mom 4 years ago when he was standing with all those guys who were politicians, and he just stood out as just saying, you know what, I'm really sick of all this swamp stuff.
Amy? Well, not so much.
We have a country that said, by 4 million votes, no more Donald Trump, no more 3,000 lies, no more saying people are for both sides, good people on both sides when there's Nazis. Get rid of Trump, he's destroying America.
The front pages tomorrow, the Daily Mirror says beaten fair and square. Daily Telegraph echoes the words of the Biden camp, saying Trump has been told to stop trespassing as Biden prepares for victory. The Daily Mail pivots away from the US election, saying BBC Diana scandal, Spencer's damning dossier. The Guardian returns to the election, simple hint to a Biden victory, on the brink. The Daily Express, writing on the wall for Trump, the Eye, Biden ready for power. The New York Times, Biden clears a path to victory. Here's how you can get in touch tonight.
This is BBC 5 Live. Call free 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Text will be charged at your standard message rate. Plus, see our privacy notice. bbc.co.uk/5 Live.
Stephen Nolan on BBC Radio 5 Live.
So Joe Biden may be moving closer to the US presidency. He's narrowly leading Donald Trump in 4 of the 5 remaining states. Last night, President Trump had a substantial lead in Pennsylvania. With most postal votes now counted, Mr. Biden is about 15,000 votes ahead. He's also leading in the states of Arizona, Nevada and Georgia, where a recount has been announced. He's expected to make a televised address within the next few hours. Asma Khalid is NPR's national political correspondent covering Joe Biden. Asma, what's the state of play? Who and what are we waiting for?
Well, we're still waiting for a couple of key swing states to be called. Joe Biden does have a lead in a number of those states, those being Nevada and Georgia and Pennsylvania. Really at this point, if he were to win any of those states, it would put him over the edge. He would reach that 270 electoral vote threshold. But, we at National Public Radio, we follow the direction of the Associated Press, and the Associated Press, at this point has not yet made an official call there. Part of the difficulty is that some of these races, Georgia and Pennsylvania in particular, are still within the margin that would possibly necessitate a recount. And so my understanding is, they're just waiting for additional ballots to be counted.
So what would it actually take for this to be declared anytime soon? If we have it's beyond the prospect. Trump has said he's issuing legal challenges to many of these decisions. So in other words, is there going to be no declaration anytime soon, or how does this work?
Well, I would imagine that there should be some sort of official call soon. My understanding is Pennsylvania is still counting ballots, and once all those ballots are in, I believe it's about 90% of the ballots have been counted so far. It is plausible that once all the ballots are counted in Pennsylvania, that Joe Biden's lead could be larger than that 0.5% threshold. Again, that would necessitate a recount. In Georgia, the margin is incredibly slim. Georgia has long been a Republican state, and at this point, Joe Biden is leaving by like 1%. So it's incredibly tight. And there it is likely headed to a recount. So I would say, in terms of what anybody is waiting for, I would anticipate that amongst the remaining states, it's Pennsylvania that is likely to be called soon. Possibly also Nevada. The margins in both of those states look a little bit larger for Joe Biden.
So let's talk about Georgia as one example, Asma. Why is it so tight? What has gone on there?
Well, Georgia, hasn't even elected a Democratic presidential candidate since the 1990s with Bill Clinton. It's been a traditionally Republican state, for many years. And then in 2018, there was a woman who ran for governor, Stacey Abrams, who came incredibly close as a Democrat to winning that governor's seat in Georgia, which really surprised a lot of folks at the national level. But Georgia's been changing a lot demographically. It is a mix of a number of northern transplants who've been moving down and settling in the suburbs outside of Atlanta. And it has a really diverse population of African Americans, Latinos, Asian Americans that have traditionally, been aligning with the Democratic Party. So the state of Georgia today just demographically looks really different than what it did even, frankly, 4 or 6 years ago. I believe the state has added about 1 million voters since the 2016 election.
There are quite a few reports about what the atmosphere is like, the mood's like within the White House today.
That's right. We have been hearing reports, and we've even heard some comments. Obviously, the president is quite active on Twitter, suggesting that he believes, Joe Biden should not make a statement. He made some comment just shortly saying that it would be, I'm sort of paraphrasing here, but that it would be, not correct for Joe Biden to declare victory, that he could do the same. What's notable is that on 2:30 a.m. Wednesday, this was, just after the polls had closed in the wee hours of the night, the president did try to essentially declare victory himself, even though there were many, many legitimate ballots still outstanding. So, from folks that you hear reports of, it seems, and what the rhetoric we're hearing from the president himself, he does seem to be struggling with the prospect of losing. He's acknowledged, himself that he's not one who takes well to losing. But at this point, what I will say is, to some degree, the president's own rhetoric is an obstacle in itself, right? Like, there is a potential, albeit very slim, but there is a potential path still, meaning that we have not yet seen calls in a couple of these states. But the president keeps interjecting and, threatening these potential lawsuits, legal challenges, et cetera, that, really, I will say, even some Republicans don't seem to be thinking is the right messaging at this point.
And finally, Asma, are there valid concerns about unrest?
We did get a report earlier today about a couple of armed men showing up near the Philadelphia ballot counting center. That was really the first report that I had seen. My understanding is they were dealt with by authorities, and I haven't heard any reports elsewhere of, concerns about unrest, be it, sort of armed protesters, etc. There are certainly protests in the street in Philadelphia. There have been protests outside of the White House. A lot of that are sort of, Democrats eager to see the end of a Trump administration, celebrating in the street. But it's what I would describe as fairly, merriment. People are dancing, etc. You haven't, to my knowledge at least, seen widespread unrest of any sort, actually, at this point.
I just finally, Asma, I don't know how you'll react to this, but Vanity Fair, they have what, 4.8 million followers, and they have tweeted this evening. Trump has signaled to allies that the Secret Service will have to drag him from the White House kicking and screaming. And the report, Trump plans to barricade himself in the Oval Office and refuse to come out. Now that's Vanity Fair, but you can see how this all starts to fuel speculation in your country and beyond. What will this unpredictable president do over the coming weeks and months?
You know, I don't know. We can't confirm, and we have not confirmed any of the reporting there that Vanity Fair mentioned. As you suggested, our White House correspondents don't have that information. But what I will say is that for, quite a while, I would say both Democrats and Republicans have insisted that there is a rule of law and a legitimacy to the elections. And from a news organization's perspective, as our own, we will follow, the guidance of the Associated Press. And once an official winner is declared, many news organizations will follow suit, and Joe Biden or Donald Trump, whoever it is, will be declared the president-elect, and that person will, start operating, if they haven't already, in terms of building a transition team.
Okay, listen, Asma, thank you. Thank you very much indeed. 08085 909 693 is the number to call tonight. Here's Robin in Porthmadog. Hello, Robin.
Hello, Stephen. All right. Yeah.
How are you doing?
Fine,
Well,
yeah.
what do you make of this then, Robin? We could talk about this all. We are talking about this all night, aren't we? It is an incredible story unfolding.
It is. I'm just a bit perturbed prior to 12 o'clock news that I think is a lopsided view in terms of the contributions tonight, more or less defending or in favour of Trump. Some talk that he's not a politician. He says it as he sees it. Well, I think we're damn right on that, because you can't accept that in politics people have a voice and you can be kicked out of office. And I think that we need to compare that with his business history, where there's thousands of workers under him never had a voice, and they were left shortchanged with contractual payments that weren't paid to them. And the man is a bully, and I think that it's the greatest thing that come from this, despite the threats of litigation, is that the American people have decided, and they decided that in a democracy you have a voice. And I think that when people talk of his business successes over the years, when thousands of workers have not had food on the table as a result of his actions and his bullying techniques, and I think that it's come on to roost. And I do feel sorry for him in a way.
Well, not yet it hasn't. He's...
Sorry?
Not yet it hasn't. This has not been declared. There is still a pathway for Trump to win this. And even if he doesn't, you look at the number of people that have voted for him, Robin, in this election.
Yeah, I fully agree with you, and that is politics. But at the end of the day, he is not in control of the process. The American democratic tradition is the final say on this, and we all know that his days are numbered. And despite the votes that he's getting, we've got to look at Biden's side of it and say, well, actually, I think he's broken historical records. And the American people have said that we've had 4 years. You've attempted to make America great again. But what is America great again? I do not know. And the fact is, after 4 years, he's probably failed in that. Because America great means that the power, the abundance to prevail in other continents and influence and control people, that is America great. And people talked earlier on of his world leadership. And to be quite frank, it means nothing to the average American back at home in Arizona or Dakota or Wisconsin, who basically looking at the income and their wages. It matters not a lot in terms of the world politics, because at the end of the day...
Well, actually, President Trump... Actually, Robin, President Trump would tell his supporters that it means an awful lot to ordinary working-class Americans if President Trump has brought more work in this American First policy to his own country, brought more jobs back home, brought billions of pounds in intellectual property rights from the likes of China. This is all what President Trump would be saying he has done.
Well, he may say that, but the realities of economic life is that if you take in so much and you're accumulating so much on the one hand, there is somebody suffering at the other side. And I've hardly met any American in my life, probably I could count on one or two hands. People talk about the relationship between Britain and America, but I have to point out and say I've not met hardly a lot of Americans, and I just feel that I don't feel in their hearts they feel that actually our well-being, our wealth is born on the backs of some person in another country who may be struggling.
We'll have to leave it there, Robin, but thank you very much indeed, sir. Carla's in Gloucestershire. Hello, Carla.
Hello, Stephen.
Go ahead, Carla.
Oh, thank you. I just cannot wait for the man to go, Donald Trump, I mean. And I think Joe Biden will bring a lot to the table, and he's got a very calm nature, and I think he'll bring peace back again to America. Donald Trump, as far as I'm concerned, has caused more havoc than any other president. Well, not any other president, but a lot of presidents. And I'm just sick to death of him causing so much trouble, really.
What do you think Biden will bring?
I think, well, for a start, he'll bring a lot of calm and peace because he's got that sort of composure about him. And I also think he's very level-headed. I think he'll do a lot for health, as far as, health for the Americans. And I honestly think he'll do a lot of good.
Okay, thank you very much. Jim Acosta, who is the CNN chief White House correspondent, who has had many battles with President Trump. Did you see the tweet that Jim tweeted? It was about 5 hours ago now. And he said sources close to the White House have said some senior officials inside the White House and the campaign are beginning to quietly back away from Trump in acts of self-preservation, as the returns in Pennsylvania and Georgia indicate the president will not win re-election. President Trump has continued, of course, to challenge results in some states, alleging voter fraud, as we've been discussing tonight, but without providing any evidence of that fraud. Republicans have also alleged that they have been denied close access to the counting of ballots. Mr. Trump has threatened to take any legal challenge to the Supreme Court. But are there any grounds for these legal challenges? Bernadette Myler is a professor of law at Stanford Law School, an expert in American constitutional law. Hello, Bernadette.
Hi, it's nice to be here.
It's nice to talk to you. So, what does the U.S. Constitution tell us about the rules around voting and the ability to mount a legal challenge, Bernadette?
Well, there are a lot of very intricate provisions in the Constitution having to do with how elections take place. And then there are also provisions that apply more generally, like the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment says that everyone needs to be treated equally under the law, but that's been applied broadly in the context of elections to ensure that everyone has an equal vote. So the idea of one person, one vote comes out of the Equal Protection Clause. So there are a lot of different provisions of the Constitution, both that specifically pertain to elections and others that ensure that there'll be equality across the board, whether in elections or other spheres.
So does that mean that the Trump campaign can identify inconsistency from state to state? Does that mean that they can mount a legal challenge on that basis?
That's a great question. So no, they can't, because in our system, there is this very strong emphasis on federalism, or the devolution of the electoral power to the states. So explicitly, the state legislatures are given the power to set the time, place, and manner of the election. And so basically, the states have a lot of autonomy over that. And that's played out in this particular election in interesting ways, especially with regard to mail-in ballots, because a lot of the states with Republican and conservative legislatures have emphasized not extending the deadline for receiving mail-in ballots past Election Day, whereas the other states, states like California, allow for a much longer time to receive ballots that were mailed by
Why would they allow ballots after Election Day?
Yeah, so part of it actually has to do with the problem of the U.S. Postal Service. So the U.S. Postal Service right now is led by Louis DeJoy, who is a substantial Trump supporter and donor. And there was a whole set of debates over the summer because the mail was slowing down because of policy changes he implemented. And then there was actually a judicial order telling him to speed up the mail. And then actually on election day itself, another judge ordered a sweep of various locations in swing states to try to see if there were any ballots that were basically left behind in the Postal Service. So part of it is kind of the delay of the Postal Service in delivering these ballots to the appropriate locations.
Is there precedent for the Supreme Court to get involved in an election like this?
There is precedent, and the precedent is exactly 20 years old. It's Bush v. Gore, which dealt with the 2000 election. And in that case, what happened is that the court stepped in to stop a recount in Florida. They were concerned that continuing the recount would push the date for deciding on who won beyond the so-called safe harbor provision of federal law. So federal law appoints a certain date by which states have to send electors appoint electors and have those electors designated as the ones who will vote for the president. And that date was about to be exceeded by the recount. So that's the main precedent on point.
So if you don't think there's much merit in these legal challenges, what do you think trumps at?
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting question. I mean, my sense is that he really would like to kind of just keep postponing the decision on who's president so that he can sow enough doubt among people that they won't accept the legitimacy of a Biden presidency. And so that there had been some people who floated a possibility before that there was a strategy to try to get state legislatures to send a different slate of electors than the slate that had been authorized by the election. I think that's a really distant possibility, but I think the main goal is to sow enough uncertainty and create enough delay that it would question Biden's legitimacy.
Bernadette, thank you very much indeed. Bernadette Myler, Professor of Law at Stanford Law School. Here's Jackson in Birmingham. Hello, Jackson.
Good morning. How are you today?
Doing okay, thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. I think there was an American commentator quite some time ago who stated that the USA, America, is the greatest democracy in the world. Point I was trying to make is that greatest democracy in the world, on 5 occasions previously, the candidate in the presidential election with the most votes didn't win.
Well, you're talking about a popular vote, and of course that is not the basis on which the American election system is.
But that's the point I'm trying to make. What they have in the US is a system in place that doesn't allow for the wish of the people. Put it that way. The wish of the people on 5 occasions was for a certain candidate. The system that they have in place didn't do that.
Well, there are strengths and weaknesses, arguments for and against the electoral college system, which is what is how the states go. Jackson, thank you. Jeffrey Caskey worked to facilitate the vote in California, including 2 weeks of early voting and working on election day. Hello, Jeffrey. Hello, Jeffrey. Jeffrey's not there. We'll see if we can get him shortly. It gives us an opportunity to speak to Linda tonight. Linda, you're in Atlanta. You voted Democrat. Tell me why and how you're feeling.
I feel great. I mean, the count is still going, and it's like it's slow agony just to try to get through this. But I feel so happy to live in a state now that finally voted blue. It's like I don't need to leave the state anymore.
Well, it's a tight election, Linda. Tighter than you thought?
Yeah, it is tight. But we have unfortunately a president who just a while ago said that he only wants his ballots counted and not the other candidates. So you see what we're dealing with.
Does that scare you?
I think it scares a lot of people. I've traveled some over the past year, and whether I've been in South Africa or the UK or wherever, I mean, taxi drivers, business people all seem to think we have a president who's mentally ill. So,
you say that.
Scary.
You say that, and yet he has given your man, and is giving your man, a very, very good run for his money. Why is he so popular?
Yeah, that's scary, because I think the message of fear. Well, first of all, I think there are a lot of people that have a lot to learn. It's been disappointing for a lot of us to learn that even after this treacherous past few years, that somebody so hateful and divisive could have so much support. But I think the message of fear and shutting down the country over the virus really had a strong role in this.
Atlanta, of course, is in Georgia, and the vote isn't settled there. It's still being counted. You're not blue yet. Well, you might be, but
well, Atlanta's blue, but
yeah.
Yeah, but it's
Georgia,
a 4,000 vote spread. Yeah, Georgia is the whole state. We're 4,000 votes away from Trump right now, and so it's not over yet. But our chances are really good.
What about the fear that there must be among quite a few Americans that Biden will shut down the economy?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what I think. Listen, I know personally of a lot of people, mostly business associates, that voted for Trump but find him personally offensive. Find him to be a gross person, grotesque in his mannerisms and his dialogue. And they just, for economical reasons, prefer to vote for him. And so I think that's the reason why he's probably. I'm just throwing out numbers, but I assume there's a large percentage of people that vote for him that dislike him personally. I've met so many of them, and it's almost like they're embarrassed to admit they vote for him.
Yeah, you say that, but yet we were having a discussion earlier on tonight, Linda, that you won't have heard, where there were other commentators arguing that actually people were not voting here for Republican policies. They were voting for Trump. Trump is the draw.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of, in my mind, I've lost a lot of respect for people, and a lot of us here have stopped talking to people that we thought we had a lot in common with. There have been families, I'll tell you that much, I don't speak to my aunt anymore. This is all sad to say, but it's true.
You don't speak to your aunt anymore? Why not?
Yeah, I don't speak to my mother. I've gone weeks without speaking to my mother over this man and his way of running the country.
What was the disagreement between you and your mom?
Well, mostly about, for me, a big thing is the judges. The judges that the evangelical side of the party has so much power. There's such a small number of them, but they carry so much weight. And you'll find a lot of people that vote for Trump that don't support the evangelical social policies and the beliefs of a lot of people they put on the court. But again, they prioritize economy. And for me, and that's the same as my mother. She looks at her 401k. She's retired, and she says, "Oh, he's going to keep me safe." Well,
what's a 401k?
Meanwhile, they lie. It's your retirement fund that you build. It's you have Social Security here, and then when you've worked over the years, you put a portion of your taxes into a 401k, and then it's a smaller amount of money, but it is significant for some people. That pays out once you turn 65.
Do you think no matter who, well, it depends on who prevails here, doesn't it? But if Biden wins, do you think your country will quickly recover in terms of heal and people not being as toxic towards each other?
No, I don't think so. I assume that I think Biden is. He wasn't my first choice, but a lot of people it wasn't our first choice. But he's turned out to be a really stand-up guy, and he talks about and a lot of left, liberal people don't like him because because of his record of reaching out to the other side. But I personally find that a great trait, and I think that he's going to try his best. But to be honest with you, no, I think there's a lot of horrible people in this country, and all Trump did was, lift the hood so that we could see them. That's how I feel.
Linda, thanks for telling me how you feel tonight. Thank you very much indeed. Night to you. It's just gone 12:32. 08085 909 693. Big night of American politics on the show this evening as Joe Biden gets even closer to becoming the next president of the United States, but he ain't there yet. And that's the point. There is still a pathway for President Trump to get re-elected. Let's talk to a regular in the show for the past few months. Robert Creamer advises the Democrats with his firm Democracy Partners. Hello, Robert.
Good to be with you.
Hello there. And Lisa James from the Gordon C. James Public Relations firm, a Republican and an Arizona resident, where the result is still undeclared. Hello, Lisa.
Hello. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Do you feel the need to console Donald Trump tonight, Lisa?
I don't think we're there yet. I think there's still votes being counted, and every legal vote needs to be counted.
What about his challenges to the courts? What do you make of them?
So this is not something new to this election cycle. That's why these laws exist, and that's why we have this system. It's not the first time that campaigns have gone to court, and they do so to make sure that the rules are followed. It's complicated here. Each state has their own system, and it's imperative that the rules of each state be followed.
Hello, Lisa. Can you think of any other president which has urged the country to stop counting the legally submitted, democratically supported votes of a citizen? Trump tweeted, "Stop the count." Can you think of any other leader who's done that?
I don't think anyone is saying that you should stop counting legal ballots. That's what Trump said. They're saying to make sure that the votes that are being counted are legal, so that the process should follow the law.
Trump literally wrote, "Stop the count," in big capital letters. Literally wrote it.
So you're talking about his tweet, and yes, he did, and it was very. I assume he's talking to ballots that he thinks are being counted that are not legal.
So what he actually meant was continue counting the votes where they supported him, but stop counting the votes which supported Biden. Is that it?
No, legal versus illegal voting. So valid votes versus those that need to be verified.
Robert?
How are you? We're feeling quite good tonight. We think that there is virtually no mathematical way for Trump to win now. That in Pennsylvania, in Nevada, in Arizona, and frankly in Georgia, we're going to win all those states, and in Pennsylvania by a considerable number by the time all the votes are counted. And let me just say, by the way, I think most Democrats agree that all the legal votes should be counted. But the Republicans have not presented any evidence of any illegal votes, to my knowledge. And that's why they keep getting thrown out of court here. Let me just add one other thing, by the way, though, in terms of the split in the country you were talking to your former guest about. I think it is incumbent upon the new Democratic administration, the Democratic leadership in the Congress, all of us in the Democratic Party, to deliver for a number of the people who voted for Trump who have legitimately unhappy that they think the elites look down on them and that the elites take their money and don't value work adequately, and we have to deliver on those things. And I think he's become an avatar for a lot of those people. You're correct. a lot of those people voted for him. They like that style of just, buzzing off the elites. And that's what populism feeds on in Europe, too. And I think we have to take seriously the need for ending any income inequality, for the huge disparity in the amount of money going to billionaires as opposed to ordinary folks who work for a living. And that's got to be a top priority. And by the way, I don't think that is at all different from the same thing we have to do to deliver for that enormous base of people of color who really delivered this election by mobilizing such massive numbers of turnout.
Lisa, your turn.
Well, I will say that you look at this country and you see that Republicans added seats in the House of Representatives, that legislatures were going to the Republican side, and that they didn't get their projected takeover of the U.S. Senate. So I would argue that there's a big conversation to be had about who's actually lifting up Americans and what policies are doing that. And I think you'll see also record number, percentage-wise, of minorities that came out and voted for Republicans this cycle. So I do think that there's big policy discussions ahead, and I think rhetoric needs to be put to the wayside and focus on those policies. And Americans see that Republicans are the way that they want to lift up all.
I wouldn't so quickly jump to the conclusion that Democrats have not taken the Senate. I think there's going to be 2 runoff elections in Georgia for the Senate. And if we win both of those, and we're going to win, I think, the presidential race in Georgia this time, and if we win both of those, I think we have a very good shot at winning that runoff in January, and that puts us in a position to control the United States Senate, that is Democrats, and to rid the country of a guy who I consider a real scourge, and that is Mitch McConnell, the majority leader.
Do you think, Lisa, the economy or COVID or what has driven the Republican vote?
What has driven the Republican vote? I think that absolutely the economy is of great concern to people, and people of all income levels, all races, all religions. This has been something that no one's dealt with in the last 100 years. This was something that everyone was learning more as day by day went by. Our governors were a big part of that. I think that's why you see, I think that we've watched polls go up and down with the surge and the reaction to COVID as well. It definitely influenced this election.
Let me just add, by the way, this question of who supports the Democrats or the Republicans. Most people support progressive values in the United States. And we've won the popular vote, and I believe it's 6 of the last 7 presidential races, even when we have lost the electoral vote, which is an undemocratic vestige of our structure. This time we will win by a larger margin in the popular vote. Joe Biden will get more votes than any president ever has gotten in any election because of the massive turnout, and we'll win by maybe a plurality of 8 million votes in the end when all the votes are counted. So, most Americans really agree with progressive values. We need to make sure that that sense of consensus is reflected in the governing authorities.
What about Trump's gains in Arizona, Robert? What's going on?
Well, Trump is going to try and catch us in Arizona. Our mathematics yields a result that he will not. We think we'll win Arizona. As you may know, Fox News called Arizona so did the Associated Press for Biden some time ago. We think that is the correct call, and that and based on the current math, it just does not appear that that's possible.
Lisa? Trump was raging. President Trump and his team was raging about Fox making that call, weren't they?
Well, and rightfully so. They made that call way too early. They clearly hadn't done their homework on what was happening in Arizona, and that was an irresponsible decision on their part. And you'll notice that most other major news networks did not follow suit. They held on that call. And rightfully so. There are still votes to be counted. The president has made gains every single day, and I think that this one's going to be extraordinarily close, and the decision should wait until every last ballot has been counted.
If Trump doesn't win this, Lisa, play with me here in speculating what he will do. Stay in politics, set up a new reality TV show, set up a TV station. He's talked about that in the past. What do you think he'll do?
Your guess is as good as mine at this point. I think right now all he's focused on is finding all of these votes and seeing what the next steps are. And I think he's thinking about what's best for America, what's best for the United States, and not looking beyond that until it's necessary, if it's necessary.
Lisa and Robert, always nice to talk to you. Thank you. Jeffrey Caskey worked to facilitate the vote in California, including 2 weeks of early voting and working on election day. Hello, Jeffrey.
Hi there. I hate to correct you right off the bat, but it was Florida.
Ah, okay. My fault. What's the atmosphere like where you are?
Well, it's pretty much the same as everywhere else in the country. I think, where I live is mainly a blue area. A lot of Democrats. And I think that the friends and people I hang out with and the family members that I have are all very disappointed with the rest of the state. We really didn't think that Florida was going to go with Trump, but it did by a small percentage. And Florida, once again, is the shame and embarrassment of the country, unfortunately.
And talk to me about what you witnessed in terms of some of President Trump's supporters outside of the polling place.
Sure. I was in a polling place that happens to be in a fairly strong President Trump supporting area, which is unincorporated Palm Beach County and the West Boca Raton area for any listeners who know the area. And it was scary. The area surrounding the polling place. The polling place was a public library, and the area surrounding the polling place was really taken over by Trump supporters, ostensibly there to support their candidate and to wave some flags and have a little enthusiasm. But it really became a lot more like a drunken college football tailgate party, complete with coolers. Racist chanting. There was a little bit of light violence, physical violence. There was some intimidation. I think that we lost some voters out of the lines who didn't want to be around those types of people.
Really?
And it was, in my observation and in my opinion, it was a coordinated effort by this cult of Trumpers to intimidate and harass voters.
What are the rules around all of that? What can and can't you do outside a polling place?
There's the rules, and then there's the practical application of those rules and how you actually can practically apply them. The rules say that you have to stay 150 feet away from the door of the polling place with your advocacy. So we, as the poll workers, had to measure that and put cones out so the supporters of any given candidate or any given position would know where they had to stop. But the problem is that sound carries much further than that. So, and then the practicality of the physical facility. We had one small entrance to the parking lot of our polling place, and that small entrance happened to be outside the 150 feet. So the Trumpers, as we call them, were, with their enthusiasm and their revelry, actually in the street blocking traffic from coming in and out. And it became actually a safety concern. Further, they had sound systems and bullhorns. They had very large vehicles with actual train horns in the vehicles, pointing them at the door to the polling place and making ungodly noise while people were in the room trying to vote. It was very intimidating. It was clearly a concerted effort to harass.
And so we look forward, don't we? We look forward to the next 4 years in your country, and how, I guess, how much you think things are going to change.
Well, I have to tell you, I personally am nonpartisan. I'm not a big fan of political parties. I think tribalism is what is tearing us apart, not just our country, but but much of the world, if not the whole world. It's to say I'm a Democrat, I'm a Republican, that signs you up for a party line. And I personally just don't go for that. I think that Joe Biden, while he's imperfect, certainly, is a lot more centrist, and I think he's going to represent the interests of a lot more Americans than our 350-pound toddler in need of a diaper change, who will hopefully be sent back to wherever he came from, in the very
Do you
near
think he's
future.
changed politics in your country forever?
Absolutely. There's no doubt about it. Things will never be the same after Donald Trump. People know, politics is not a business of truth-telling, unfortunately. And for someone to say, I am a politician, that's not something that a lot of people can hold their head high and proudly state. There's always been some theater and subterfuge involved in politics. But Donald Trump has proven that you can lie to the face of people. You can lie and gaslight all day, every day, nonstop, and people will still support you. You can be racist and just disgusting in every possible way, and just a joke and a clown of a person.
You can also be decent and law-abiding and vote for Donald Trump and the Republican Party because you agree with the policies.
Well, he doesn't really have any policies. One line that I draw clearly is the difference between Republicans and Donald Trump and Trumpers. Republicans, I believe, are people who have signed up for a party that has certain values, and they feel that those values represent the value of the individual.
Well, listen, Jeffrey, we're going to have to leave it there, I'm afraid. We're out of time, but thank you very much indeed, sir. Thank you, Jeffrey Caskey. Because we want to leave you tonight, we'll say thank you very much indeed, by the way, for listening tonight. We'll be back at 8 o'clock tomorrow night, Saturday night here on 5 Live for another Nolan show. I'll leave you with some of the conversation we had with the man who was President Trump's communication director for 10 days, Anthony Scaramucci. Before he was sacked, I asked Anthony what he thought is going on in the president's mind. Night-night, everyone.
I think that he's in disbelief that he lost, and so he's working through the denial. When bad things happen, there's the acronym SARA. You go into shock, you get angry, then you reject it, and then you get to the acceptance and get the help stage. And so he's in the shock and anger stage right now, and he's not really ready to accept the loss. You nickname the guy Sleepy. You say he's stuck in his basement. And then you got beaten by a guy who's sleepy and stuck in his basement. So it's having a hard time with his ego. He's having a hard time managing that. In fairness to him, I thought he had a spectacular vote turnout. It's the second highest vote tally in U.S. history. Of course, the vice president had the highest one in U.S. history. But he's got something there because he failed on the pandemic. He failed the economy. He attacked Democratic leaders in the Western Alliance and praised despots, and he still picked up about 68 to 69 million votes. So it's a pretty impressive turnout, but not enough to win, of course. So he's going, and he'll get to the realization of that before long.
So do you think he will accept defeat? Here's what the White House correspondent, Anthony, for ABC News, Jonathan Karl, said last night.
Somebody very close to the president who is actually advising his legal team on all of this asked me a question a few hours ago. Who will go? Who can go to the president? Who has the stature to go to the president, who he truly would listen to and tell him it is over? And then that person, with seriousness, answered his own question and said, maybe Sean Hannity.
Who would have the stature to tell him it's over, Anthony?
Yeah, listen, I know Sean well. He's a good friend of mine, and we disagree on President Trump. He's not going to listen to Sean Hannity, though, unfortunately. He will listen to McConnell. And McConnell's his age. Remember something about Trump that I think people should understand. He's an ageist. If you're below his age, you're a deep subordinate of his. He really likes only listening to people that are his same age. And so it'll be somebody like McConnell. It could be somebody like Steve Schwartzman, who maybe your listeners don't know who that is, but he is the head of Blackstone, a friend of his, a multi-billionaire, his age. I don't think he's going to listen to Sean on this, but we'll get there with him. I think he's super worried about these investigations that he's under as well, and hopefully that will trigger some semblance of rationality, because he'll need the vice president's help and McConnell's help on these investigations. I don't like the idea of putting a former president into jail. I think that would make us look like a banana republic. Even if he's done aggressive wrongdoing, Stephen, I would prefer that we set him and his family aside, let him go retire, or if he wants to be politically active, that's fine too. His movement is going to morph now the same way our country has morphed over the last 4 years. And I'm hoping now that the bellicosity of rhetoric will die down, and hopefully there'll be some healing in our country, which is sorely needed for us and for the world. It's a great outcome, by the way, so I'm super happy about it.
You will understand that we're not calling this until it's declared. So President Trump has not lost this election yet. It has not been called. But we can see the charts, we can see the maths, and if you're a betting man or woman, certainly I think you get better odds for Joe Biden. I think that's the understatement of the night. But in Trump's head, Anthony, as you well know, he is used to fighting to the death. So, will he not continue to fight this by disrupting to the very end? Even if that is after his presidency, he will continue to disrupt? Or do you think he will walk away from politics?
Again, you got to tell me what the pyramid of interests are. If he's fearing jail and they offer him a non-prosecutorial agreement to dial back his rhetoric, I think he accepts that. I think part of this play right now, frankly, Stephen, is that bargaining chip. So if you tell me that they're offering him jail and there's no ability for him to escape those levels of prosecution, then I think he goes full-on nihilism and full-on destruction. So, but that should also tell you why he should not have been president of the United States. If you watched his press conference last night and the way he handled it and the lies he was spewing about the fraudulent election process, you would be, that was horrifying that he was doing that. Horrifying.
I've wanted to ask you this question for quite a long time now. This was the same man who you come in to bat for, and you knew him, and you had spoken to him many times, and you'd watched and observed him. So why did you go into the White House? He sacked you. Why did you go into the White House to bat for someone who you speak of in these terms?
Well, I mean, it's a long conversation, but I don't have the whole conversation. But I think the mistake and the flaw that I made was ego-based. I had built a successful business. I grew up in a blue-collar neighborhood. My dad was a crane operator and an hourly worker. And so I was with Jeb Bush, who was the garden variety Republican. When Mr. Trump recruited me, I allowed my ego to accept that temptation because I thought it would be exciting to work on that campaign. When he was talking about the Mexicans being rapists, or he's going to have a ban on the Muslims due to their religion, I should have quit right then and there. But I did something that many people did, was I applied cognitive dissonance, and I rationalized that his policies would be better than Secretary Clinton's. And then when he won, he asked me to go work for him, and then that was my fatal flaw there. I would tell people, be careful of your pride and ego, because there goeth your fall. I was seduced by that. I wanted to do it. My wife, she probably dislikes him almost as much as Melania dislikes him. I don't think she dislikes him that much, but it's like right in that upper tier. And she told me not to do it. I didn't listen to her. And so then the catastrophe ensued. I tried to stay loyal to him for 2 years after I was fired. But, he's separating women from the children at the border. He's telling people to go back to the countries that they came from, and these racist nativist tropes. And it just became too much for me. And so my liberal friend said, well, he's the same guy he was in 2015. Why did you disavow him in 2019? Well, he may be the same guy, but Stephen, I'm not the same guy. I think I've changed a lot. I've become more psychologically minded and more empathetic to the pain he was causing through his operating style. In addition to that, he mishandled the pandemic. Tens of thousands of people have died unnecessarily. Stanford University says these campaign super spreader events yielded 700 deaths and 30,000 more COVID-19 cases. This is a guy that's not handling himself right. And so you have to be objective about it. It's nothing personal to him. If you and I were on a publicly traded board of a company, he was our CEO that you and I selected, we would have to seek his removal due to malpractice. So, it's not more complicated than that, but I did make mistakes, which I am willing to own publicly, and I've been very clear about that.
And in being as vociferous as you are, speaking out against him, and you've been doing that for quite a long time, do you fear him? Do you fear retribution from him?
Well, you tell me, Stephen, do I look like a guy that fears him? I mean, am I Ted Cruz? Do I look like Ted Cruz? I don't fear him. I don't fear anybody. I grew up in a blue-collar neighborhood. He went after my wife on Twitter. He attacked me after I raised and gave him millions of dollars. And so, and he was ruining the country. And so I went after him the way a responsible patriot would go after him. And no, I don't fear him, and I don't fear anybody. And that's just the way life is. And so, and that's the problem. Because a lot of these Republicans do fear him. They know how malignant he is, and they know how bad he is, and they've allowed themselves to cower to his malignant personality.
I'm not trying to be, facetious saying this, but would it not be perfectly normal to fear one of the most powerful men in the world, the President of the United States, and someone of Donald Trump's personality? He doesn't usually take any prisoners, does he? So I'm just wondering.
Well, first of all, I don't take any prisoners either, and secondarily, this is a republic and a constitutional democracy. He's there to serve the people. People rule this country. He doesn't rule the country. He got it mixed up in his mind. He's there to serve. He's living in the people's house. And he just got voted out of that house, and he's been given an eviction notice. And so he's returning from Washington or wherever he's going as a private citizen, no better or no worse than any other private citizen, no matter what their economic standing is or their curricula vitae. So for me, no, I don't fear him, and I won't fear the next guy that goes into that office, and nor should any American fear those people. The whole system was set up in a way so that you wouldn't have to fear people like him.
On digital, BBC Sounds, smart speaker and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
BBC News at 1 o'clock. This is Anthony Birchley. Almost 4 days after voters went to the polls in America, an official result in the presidential election is yet to be called. Counting is continuing in several states, including Pennsylvania and Georgia, although officials have warned it could be several days before they can announce a winner. Democratic candidate Joe Biden has a slender lead over Donald Trump in both states and appears to be on course to win the presidency. Barbara Platt-Usher is at the Biden headquarters in Delaware, where he had been expected to speak.
When they said that Mr. Biden would address the nation tonight during prime time, they were, I think, expecting that the race would have been called and he could give a victory speech and he could speak as the president-elect to the American nation. But because the race hasn't been called, it's not entirely clear what is going to happen.
In a tweet, Mr. Trump said Mr. Biden shouldn't claim victory despite having prematurely done so himself. The president has repeatedly questioned the legitimacy of the votes. The Republicans say they've sent lawyers to 4 states to investigate what they claim are widespread irregularities. The allegations have split the party. Pat Toomey, as a Republican senator for Pennsylvania, said there was simply no proof.
I am not aware of any significant fraud, any significant wrongdoing. If it's happened, then the evidence needs to come out. We need to go to court. We need to punish the wrongdoers. We need to redress whatever went wrong. But I'm not aware of any such evidence.
Boris Johnson will speak to the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, today about trade negotiations with the EU. Yesterday, the Prime Minister said he believed a deal was there to be done. Scotland has become the first part of the UK to make it a criminal offence to smack or hit a child. From today, children there have the same protection from assault as adults. Alexandra Mackenzie reports from Glasgow.
From today, if a parent or carer in Scotland smacks, hits or slaps their child, it will be regarded as assault and they could be prosecuted. The Children Act 2019 removes the defence of reasonable chastisement. It means all forms of physical punishment against children are now against the law. The Scottish Government said physical punishment was harmful. The Scottish Greens MSP John Finney, who campaigned for the change, said it had no place in 21st century Scotland. Critics warn there's a risk of criminalising good parents.
The president of Guatemala has warned that as many as 150 people may have died during Storm Eta. Dozens of houses have been buried in mudslides caused by torrential rains. And the union has expressed grave concerns about the impact a shortage of nurses will have on patient care over the winter. The Royal College of Nursing says staff absence due to COVID-19, as well as thousands of vacancies in England, is putting too much strain on the remaining workforce. The government says it's committed to recruiting 50,000 more nurses by 2025. That's the BBC News at 1:03.
Across BBC Local Radio and BBC Radio 5 Live, Jim Davis.
Thank you. Hello, good morning. It's Saturday, it's the 7th of November now. As we head our way through into the early hours, Jim Davis back with you once again then, and our lights are on, our lines are open, and we are live through the night, ready to take your call. If you fancy joining me for a bit of a chat this morning, then you are more than welcome. A slightly different number to perhaps the one you're used to in this particular time slot. We are coming to you from the studios of BBC Radio London this morning, and our phone number is 0800 731 2000. It's live, it's active right now. Mel and Bill are with me through the glass, ready to take your call this morning and get you through to me on the air so we can have a chat. Obviously, the US election remains the most significant story, and we will continue to watch live coverage from the States and bring you any updates as soon as they happen. In the meantime, of course, we'll talk about Lockdown 2 and the effect that might well be having on you, and I think we'll talk a little bit about sitcoms on the programme as well this morning. So you're more than welcome to come and join me. The lines are open now, 0800 731 2000. And I'm here with you through till 5 a.m. now. Good to have you with me this morning on this Saturday, the 7th of November. As things stand, though, Joe Biden looks tonight to be on the cusp of becoming the 46th President of the United States, as his campaign threatened to remove trespassers following Donald Trump's defiance at the developing picture from the White House. The Democratic candidate, Mr. Biden, is preparing to address the nation, or at least so we thought. There is some uncertainty around that now. He has taken the lead in the key battleground states of Pennsylvania and also Georgia, but all of that could prove to be decisive in what's proved to be a rather fraught couple of days following the election. In a further indication that the country is now preparing for a change of personnel at the White House, CNN are being said to be reporting tonight that the National Defense airspace has been cleared above Mr. Biden's home, and his Secret Service detail was being expanded. Elsewhere, Mr. Trump has signaled that he would not go quietly from the Oval Office, warning his rival off declaring victory in a speech due to be delivered at some point over the course of the next few hours. But he tweeted, "Joe Biden should not wrongfully claim the office of the president. I could make that claim also. Legal proceedings are just now beginning." He said that earlier in a tweet. He said, "I had such a big lead in all of these states late into election night, only to see the leads miraculously disappear as the days went by. Perhaps these leads will return as our legal proceedings move forward." The Biden campaign has so far refrained from declaring a win, but was forthright in its reply to an earlier outburst by Mr. Trump, in which he made rather unsubstantiated claims about illegal ballots in the election. It's been a fraught week of toing and froing since Election Day, but that's where we are tonight. Those key battlegrounds still remain in play and too close to call. Some outlets in the States have called Arizona for Mr. Biden, as you may well know. But the BBC considers that state still too early to call officially. So as things stand, Joe Biden currently has 253 of the Electoral College votes available currently, while Mr. Trump has 214. And as I'm sure you know by now, to win the White House, one of the candidates must reach that magical number of 270. Pennsylvania, by the way, has 20 Electoral College votes. That's why everybody's watching that particular state so closely, because if Mr. Biden was to win Pennsylvania, of course, the state where he was born, then he would secure 273 votes and the White House in the process. So that is where we are right now. If it is that Joe Biden does step up to the podium, we believe him to be at his campaign headquarters right now. If he does step up to the podium to say a few words, then obviously we'll bring that to you live. We're watching closely to see if he does. But it is thought that he was preparing to step up at around this point to make a victory speech. But with vote counting still continuing, it's suggested that his campaign team have decided to refrain from that, so he may not make any kind of public address at all. But as I say, we'll watch closely and bring you any breaking news and developments from the States. Personally, I mean, I'm a bit of a geek when it comes to this kind of thing, so I've been watching fairly closely throughout the week, although it has been relentless, I accept, and not everybody's cup of tea. But you can't help but be drawn in by overseeing or watching from afar or witnessing that process from this side of the Atlantic. I'm fascinated to know what you make of it all. Who knew that we'd all become such experts in the electoral college system and the nuances of the American voting system by the end of this week? But if you've been watching anything of the coverage, what have you made of it all? What do you make of it all? I mean, we thought our processes in this country were complex and perhaps sometimes challenging to understand. But my goodness me, what have you made of the whole US election this week? And more broadly, if we're to look at democracy and the democratic process, how do you think that has fared as a result of this particular election? With Donald Trump crying foul from the White House podium in the briefing room, and Joe Biden urging calm, do you think democracy will prevail, or do you think we'll see this entire election decided in the courts? And what does that say about the democratic process? I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on that this morning. And if you wish to offer a projection, if you wish to punt some hypothetical money on the odds, what would you bet on right now? How do you imagine this will conclude? 0800 731 2000 is our number then. We're keeping a close eye on developments throughout the early hours this morning. If we get any breaking news, we'll bring it to you live. Now, naturally, of course, the lockdown continues. As of this week, most of the UK are under fairly severe lockdown restrictions as the pandemic continues too. The good news tonight, though, is that the increase in coronavirus infections appears to be slowing down around the UK. That's what the latest data from the Office for National Statistics appears to show tonight. So although the number of people with COVID continues to rise, the growth is levelling off somewhat, which is an indication that the intervention measures that have been in place over the last few weeks are beginning to have an effect. So in the week to the 30th of October, ONS said new daily infections in England stabilised at around 50,000. So that means that around 1 in every 90 people in England has COVID. In Wales and Scotland, that figure is slightly lower. They're 1 in 110 are testing positive for the virus. In Northern Ireland, though, it's slightly higher at 1 in 75. It's too soon to say if rates are levelling off there. Meanwhile, the Welsh Government is facing calls tonight to extend the lockdown in South Wales in the valleys as the number of coronavirus cases there continues to rise despite the firebreak. The country will adopt a new set of national rules when the 17-day firebreak ends on Monday. England, of course, will be very much still firmly in a national lockdown at that point, putting us out of step. Opposition parties fear these new rules, though, will not be enough to tackle the virus. So the final week of the country's lockdown saw more COVID-19 patients in Welsh hospitals than there were during the April peak of the first wave. So it's a challenging environment still for the authorities to tackle this across the country. The ONS data looks at the COVID-19 infections in the community. It doesn't include cases in hospital, care homes or other institutional settings, but it does show that there have been increases in infection rates in every region in England, apart from the northeast over the last couple of weeks. The northwest and Yorkshire and the Humber area continue to have the highest infection rates. So with much of the UK back in lockdown now, experts are hoping the number of new infections will begin to reduce in the coming weeks. And of course, today in Liverpool, citywide mass testing began for COVID. Now, this is going to be potentially, they hope, a game changer in the way that we manage this. Everyone living or working in the region will be offered repeated tests, whether or not you have a symptom, as part of a 2-week pilot there. And if that works, if that proves to be able to identify any COVID hotspots, because, of course, let's not forget many people can be asymptomatic transmitters of coronavirus, then that could be the way that we go forward managing this. So still, with this ongoing pandemic, with the lockdown, I'm just, as you know, conducting an open forum on this. You can call me with any aspect of it you wish. You can just tell me how you're bearing up. What are the specific impacts of the lockdown as they apply to you? How are the new levels of restrictions affecting you? 0800 731 2000 is my number there on that one as well. Mel and Bill busy taking your calls through the glass. And just finally, on the lighter side this morning, I think we must doff our caps to Jeffrey Palmer, mustn't we? I mean, I grew up watching him on the television. My mum was obsessed with butterflies, so we all had to sit and watch that, as I recall. But I remember secretly really enjoying it, watching the I suppose the shenanigans of Wendy Craig and the illicit affair. Who could forget that wonderful iconic Mini that she drove? And the grumpy Jeffrey Palmer, the husband, always sat at home complaining about her terrible cooking. But there were so many roles. I mean, so many roles. He seemed to play the same role in everything he did, from As Time Goes By to even the Bond films that he appeared in. But I'm just wondering, Jeffrey Palmer, his legacy, tributes, very welcome. Dame Judi Dench, I have to say, who starred with him in As Time Goes By. And they revived their partnership in Tomorrow Never Dies, the Bond film as well, of course, said that he was just a true star and a master of comedy, an absolute master, she said. He had a wonderful deadpan expression. That's true, isn't it? He had this wonderfully grumpy face, which kind of lent itself quite nicely to comedy. Apparently, he was a really lovely, jocular sort of person. He had lots of fun about him and a wonderful sense of humour, but he just looked like he was completely and utterly grumpy every minute of every day. I wonder whether or not that added to his ability to bring the funny, as they say. And as we've got one foot in the States this morning, with our eye on their election result, I'm just wondering who makes sitcoms better, us or them? Britain or America? Is it Friends for you, or 2 pints of lager and a packet of crisps? Is it Cheers or Not Going Out? Do you prefer Birds of a Feather or Modern Family? Who makes the best sitcoms? And if you want to venture a favourite, particularly if it involves Jeffrey Palmer, then I'm very happy to talk about that on the programme as well this morning. 0800 731 2000 is my number then. The phone lines are buzzing away, so it's all about you and your calls. As my good friend and colleague Dotun Adebayo says regularly, every call tells a story. So let's get to the phones this morning. Michael is in the Chalfonts, then we're off to the US after that. Michael, good morning to you.
Morning, Jim. When I heard Trump was trying to stop votes being counted, I thought, how ridiculous, democracy is about every vote being counted. And then I saw something on CNN that said that 43,000 more people had voted in Wyoming than were on the electoral roll. And instantly that didn't sound right to me. Now I've just heard that every ballot paper has an encryption code on it. So when they do this check, vote, count, either of these papers will have an encryption code or they won't. But what I've heard lots of stories about Trump trying to stop the count, but I haven't heard anybody turn around and say why. And when as soon as I heard, well, hang on a minute, more people have voted than live in that place, and either a electoral paper has got an encryption code on it or it hasn't. Suddenly that kind of made sense. I was thinking, what, this is probably worth double checking.
So you want some of what President Trump is accusing to be properly investigated? Do you think there's some veracity, some truth to the idea that there could have been some voter fraud?
Oh yeah, I think so. I mean, I think it's completely possible in probably the highest stakes in the world. I mean, we weren't surprised by electoral fraud in Russia and Putin and all that. So I don't see why we should be, we should rule it out completely in America.
Right.
So I just think it's worth a second look. And the stakes are very high. And why wouldn't you?
What does that mean, though, in terms of declaring any kind of result? Do you want every single state investigated in the same way, the maths checked, making sure every single ballot paper has been completely verified and not duplicated in any way or fraudulently submitted? Because in all honesty, if that was going to happen, and there's no,
you're talking about hundreds of millions of votes. Yeah, I get.
Well, and hundreds of days as well. I mean, it could be months and months and months before that level of scrutiny can be applied to every single ballot paper, and that comes with a very heavy assumption that there are holes big enough in the U.S. electoral system for that to be a warranted process.
Well, I think pretty quickly it's going to become apparent that either there is some truth in this or there isn't. And I don't think it will come down to the necessity to. I'm sure electoral fraud isn't happening all over America, but 43,000 more votes than people who live there. I mean, that's kind of making my ears prick up.
In terms of electoral fraud, they did do an exercise to ascertain whether there was any evidence of that previously, and it turned out that they couldn't identify any in the previous elections. Or if it was an incredibly tiny amount, 0.05%, I think I remember reading. So it would certainly be nowhere near enough to justify recounts or the kind of scrutiny that you're looking
agreed.
to.
I mean, what I'm talking about, I guess, is a double check of ballots that are, close.
Okay, so
just like we would in this country.
I'm going to use the analogy then, and I don't know if you've ever done this, but you can now pick up a barcode scanner as you walk into some of the major supermarkets and scan your own shopping as you go round, and then when you get to the checkout, you beat the checkout, and it just uploads everything in your trolley, and you walk out the store after paying, obviously. But however, every 10th customer gets randomly checked, and the assistant walks over and takes a couple of random items out of your basket and checks that you've actually scanned them. So you want to apply that process to the voting, do you? And just check that, in that state, let's just take a couple of hundred of those votes just to make sure they're definitely real.
Yeah, I'm sure that there's some very, very clever people out there, and we're not talking about physically picking up every ballot paper, checking it by a human being, and put it in another pile. I don't think that's what we're talking about. I think that there's got to be massive automation in play that a double check. It's like banks. I mean, the days of banks counting pound notes are long gone. They put them in a machine and it tells you exactly how many are there.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure that the double check will be done like that.
I'm not sure about this 43,000 people more than are actually on the electoral roll, whether that applies to maybe absentee or what they call absentee ballots, if that's true of perhaps people who are working in the armed services who might be...
Exactly. It may well be people that are registered to vote there that no longer live there, but they are also exactly the type of people whose votes could be manipulated
or duplicated. Okay, all right, Mike. I think that's fair enough. If there is any single shred of evidence that there is some kind of electoral fraud underway in any form, then it does need to be investigated. Now, I wonder if you have any sympathy with that. I mean, if Donald Trump at the podium at the White House briefing room last night made you think, actually, fair enough, if there is something worth investigating here, then surely the whole thing does need to be put on ice until we know for sure. Many of the US networks pulled away from Donald Trump's speech at the podium last night, in which he accused the system in some way of counting illegal votes. He said they can try to steal the election from us. If you count the votes that came in late, we're looking at them very strongly, he said, but a lot of votes came in late. But of course, that could very well apply to the postal votes, which arrive after the election day. He's saying that's illegal, but late postal ballots can be counted in around half of US states as long as they're postmarked by the 3rd of November. So there's all kinds of sort of intricate nuances here. Let's go to the states now. Joseph is in Richmond, Virginia. Good morning to you, Joseph.
Hello, Jim. Have you ever thought of applying for Comforter-in-Chief working in the U.S.?
I don't know that I could cope, to be honest. And I don't know that there's much appetite for it. Just watching from this side of the pond, it strikes me that there's almost an appetite now for the division that's been created by U.S. politics particularly more recent years.
Yes, well, I lived in New York City for 12 years. I lived when Trump was trying to become a mayor of the city. He tried every angle. They laughed him out of even the possibility. And before this last election, he said, they'll never elect me president. Well, guess what? They did. And they elected a sociopath. I didn't elect him, but he was elected. The man, I knew him 20 years ago.
Let's just be clear, you're not a doctor, though. You can't...
No, I know sociopaths,
that.
and so do you. You have met sociopaths, too. This man is a pure, he will do anything to get what he wants. He will lie, he will cheat, he will steal. He has done that. He's stolen money from our IRS tax system to the millions and millions of dollars.
How do you know that? How do you know that when he's never published his tax returns?
They audited him last month. He paid $740. I paid over $1,000. I'm a little person. He, as a multi-millionaire, paid $740 2 years in a row as tax. Of course, he got around it. It's legal. It's legal, but it's not moral. That's the problem I have with him. It can all be legal. There's a quote from Tennessee Williams' play, Mendacity, Mendacity, Mendacity. That's what he lives on. And that he thrives on getting people to do what he wants them to do. And I feel, I'm sure you can feel it because Bill said, I heard it in your voice, just so frustrated I could bite nails.
Well, tell me where we are tonight. Let's look at where we are tonight, because it could very well be.
We are nowhere tonight because he has his people in front of the Supreme Court saying we challenge this. He has no proof.
Does he though? Does he though? Because I'm hearing from the White House tonight that there is no firm strategy in which to legally challenge the election result as things stand tonight, and in fact, half of his staff didn't turn up to work today. So I'm told he's watching television. He's watching television in the residence. He's quite angry and phoning people that he thought to be his allies. Some are, and some aren't taking his calls. I think from what I'm reading tonight, it appears that Donald Trump is feeling more and more lonely by the hour.
Well, I hope that will end up being the case. But see, as I said, I lived when he was in New York, running around discriminating against black people in their real estate business. He got caught. They paid the $30 million, and they kept on doing it. To them, $30 million was a quarter.
Joseph, just so you know, I'm just watching live pictures coming from Wilmington, Delaware, the Biden-Harris campaign headquarters right now, and that does indicate to me that Joe Biden may be about to step up. If he does walk to the podium, I'll be bringing that live, so I may have to cut you off.
Well, Jim, I won't keep you. I just wanted you to I'm just an average person. I'm not a radical in any way or sense of the word. I just feel that things are happening that should not be happening. It's going to stretch out until our democracy is threatened. That's what I'm afraid of.
So do you believe that your democracy and the democratic process can survive this? Or do you think the division and the frustration and the anger has now been so deeply embedded that it's going to...
I'm losing faith. His core group believe every word he says. I don't believe anybody at 100%. They give me a little curve on that. I listen. But I do not think this is good for our Constitution. I know you have an unwritten Constitution based on going back to 1215, right?
Yeah, and there are growing calls for something to be written down, but I mean, in my personal opinion, that can sometimes cause more problems than it solves, as I'm sure you would testify.
The way it's worded, exactly. How they can pick out words. But I respect common law, which basis goes down to 1215. That we are based in common law, but ours is written down specifically. And I am just so frustrated. I am so angry that this should have been a cut and dry situation. And all these fake votes, they don't exist. They can't produce it.
What about that point that Michael made a minute or two ago? I mean, that there might even be the suggestion of some voter fraud in even just one state. Isn't that enough to at least trigger an initial investigation to find out whether there's any truth in that?
What do you do? All 50 states?
No,
and
I appreciate that.
In July?
But you do it incrementally, don't you? And you investigate by you just dip into one or two states and just check.
Right. But the thing is, I am just so frustrated. I'm hyperventilating almost. But because I've been a loyal American, I voted for Reagan. I voted for Jimmy Carter. At different times. I voted for Bill Clinton. I voted for Barack Obama. I voted for George Bush the first. And I'm open to ideas and new ways of doing things. And I just find this so detrimental to our democracy, to our Constitution.
Okay.
He's batted around for 4 years doing what he wanted to do, and now he thinks he has an in. But I don't think people of good faith and good thought would not agree with what he does. He's very, very wealthy, but that doesn't matter. He has got a lot of money. But as you said, a lot of people are jumping ship. They're just not going to go with him.
Okay, we'll see how the night pans out. If we see any developments, Joe,
I turn off my radio about midnight, so I'm not listening anymore.
Midnight your time, that is. So that's a good.
So 5 a.m. your time. That's about time you go off the air, right?
That's the one. That's the one. Good man. Stay safe. Thanks very much indeed for your call. It's almost 1:30 now. 0800 731 2000 is our number then. The lines are open and you'd be very, very welcome to come and join me on the air. You can text 81333, start your text with the letters UK. A couple of people texting in about the mink story, which I think is really interesting. I'll take a call on that in just a moment, actually. If you've not heard about that, I'll bring you the details of that story coming out of Denmark, which is disturbing and worrying, of course, but we'll let you know the details so that you're fully aware of that. And email jim@bbc.co.uk. Let's go to Margaret next, who's in Billinge. Hello, Margaret. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Jim. I want Joe Biden to win. There's quite a bit of animosity from President Trump. Joe Biden may be in the lead, but they said there's lots of dishonesty. But I don't think there is, No,
there's no evidence at the moment to support that.
No, not at the moment, because Joe Biden tends to win quite a few states. I think it's about 254 against President Trump, about 217 or 8, whatever. Because if Joe Biden gets Pennsylvania, he'll get about another 10,
That's right. So he'll win. It'll be 20 if he wins Pennsylvania, and that'll take him over the winning line. So why do you like him then? If you say you favour him?
He's only a small man, I believe, small in stature. But not every tall man is, he shouldn't go off your height to what you look like. Okay. Some people say President Trump spends lots of money every year on his hair. But I don't think your hairstyle should be the part of your character, Some people may not have any hair, but they don't necessarily wear a wig,
I think that's a really interesting observation, Margaret, because there is, even subliminally, there is, I believe, a link, particularly in terms of politics, in your ability to look strong and to look youthful as well is also a key, particularly when you are in later years, as Donald Trump and indeed Joe Biden are. I mean, if Joe Biden was completely hairless, I honestly don't know that he would have made it as far as he did in the Democratic leadership process. I really don't, because they do favour that youthful look with some some vigour and some vim, and the idea of male pattern baldness doesn't necessarily appeal, which personally I don't subscribe to, but it's one of those observations, isn't it?
And it depends if you're honest,
Well, it should be simple as that, isn't it? But it rarely is it? It's about what it looks like to a lot of people.
And there should be friendship. You shouldn't be aggressive if you're losing. You shouldn't be so aggressive. You should take it as just the things of life,
So you like Joe Biden because he appears or acts and feels a bit like more of a statesman?
Yes, he's more of a good character.
Interesting.
They say it's there's some faults in the voting. Well, some of the voting system is old-fashioned in present-day English systems. Some of the places are far out and they have to transport the votes to the towns where they can count them.
Yeah, well, maybe they need to modernise. Yeah, that's it. Well, they all need to be hand counted in the end. Margaret, thank you so much for that. So she likes Biden. He's a statesman. He looks the part, and he's honest. There's been some questions around that. Let's be frank. Kevin in Hereford says, Jim, here we go. It's a 4-week lockdown. If this works, we must not become complacent when it's lifted. Otherwise, we'll be back to square one. P.S. If they say that the virus is slowing down, but let's not let that make us complacent either. We're not out of the woods yet. Kevin, thank you for that this morning. Jim@bbc.co.uk. Dave in Cornwall says, to me, Jim, this doesn't feel like a lockdown at all. The slogan is, once again, stay at home to protect the NHS and save lives. And yet with school, colleges and universities staying open, that seems like a complete joke to me. I'm struggling to try and understand why the government says it's okay to keep schools open, especially given lots of schools are actually infected. Dave, thank you for your email this morning. This one says, Jim, British but living in the US. Statistically, voter fraud has been shown historically to be almost negligible in the US. Some states permit registration on the day of election, which would explain why numbers of votes exceed previous registration rolls. If there was fraud, why would the alleged perpetrators not flip the Senate to their advantage as well? This is Trumpian nonsense. Similarly, mail-in votes could have been counted early, but the Republicans sued to stop that, so they could claim victory on the night and then cry fraud when the mail-in votes were counted because they knew mail-in votes would heavily favour Biden. He was cut off by television channels here because his claims were outrageously mendacious. There is absolutely no basis for these outrageous, divisive claims. Robert, thank you for your email. I appreciate you getting in touch this morning. It's jim@bbc.co.uk to email, and you'd be very welcome. So if you're just joining me, we're obviously keeping a very close eye on the US election. We were expecting Joe Biden to take to the stage about half an hour ago. We now aren't completely sure whether he'll make a speech at all this morning, given that we still don't have a firm result. Isn't that amazing? But if you want to offer an observation on the US election, you'd be welcome to do so on the ongoing lockdown scenario too, and sitcoms to celebrate as well after the passing of the actor Jeffrey Palmer at the age of 93, from the fall and rise of Reginald Perrin to Butterflies and many more. He was a stalwart, wasn't he? And he never aged. He looked the same. My entire life, he looked the same as time goes by as he did in Butterflies, and they were filmed, 30 years apart. Amazing, isn't it? Right, let's continue. Hayley's on the line in Hertfordshire, then we're off to Oxford after that. Hayley, good morning to you.
Very good morning to you. I really enjoyed listening to the caller from America, New York, was it?
Richmond, Virginia.
Okay, really enjoyed that call. It was really good. And with regard very quickly to, I found it amusing, there was one, there may have been others, one American channel that while Trump was talking yesterday, they actually cut him off. And moved away from what he was saying because his views were so outlandish, and I think doing that to a current American president is really quite something. And as for the voter fraud, there possibly is an element that something got through somewhere along the line, but to have the kind of fraud that's being inferred, it would just mean the whole system is completely collapsed, and it's just absurd.
It would also have to mean that there was some giant nationwide cover-up that the Republicans weren't aware of, which is almost impossible to accept and comprehend if you really think about it. If it's true that Joe Biden has managed to somehow orchestrate some giant program of voter fraud across several states whilst running a presidential election campaign during the middle of a very serious pandemic, I mean, that's an astonishing achievement in itself. But to have done it to a point where not one single Republican, other than seemingly the president at the moment, it was aware of it, strikes me as to be quite incredible.
I just think it shows how dangerous he is as a world leader, and the rest of the world has been biting their tongue, waiting, hoping that he would be thrown out. It looks like that's the case. I mean, if you look at China, Russia, other major players in the world, they just look at him and think the guy is crackers. And to get into a confrontation will mean a war. So we'll just back off, let him do his term. Hopefully he's not re-elected. And if he is, then, we're going to have to deal with the problem as it unfolds. But, the thing with Biden, I think he might just be able to bring back some dignity and respect to America, because they've completely, due to the conduct of Trump, they've completely lost their dignity.
He's a diplomat as well as a politician, isn't he, Joe Biden, in that sense?
I think so.
He is a man who likes to find compromise and common ground. And we haven't seen a lot of that in politics on either side of the Atlantic for a good few years now. So.
Well, and what Trump wanted is not possible. We have a very small world now when it comes to economies. So, everyone is dependent on each other. There will always be a battle, and there is an issue with China, and they're getting too big. But there will always be a battle. But the world that Trump was hoping to achieve would mean suppressing some of the people that are supplying you the goods that you're getting at an affordable money to have a higher living standard. So your living standards, to have some of these things, it's a bit similar to Brexit and things like that. It's all well and good saying, I want rid of these people, I want it to be like it was. But you then have to accept that in the 70s, a pair of branded jeans would cost you almost a week's wages if you were a bus driver. So, that's where we were at. So if that's what you want to go back to, then fine, but people forget all of that. Now, the real reason I called...
Yeah, now this is the mink story, isn't it? And some people may not be aware or fully across this. This is the idea that the coronavirus that causes COVID-19 has mutated in some form now and is present in mink, which are farmed quite widely in Denmark, and for their fur specifically, and their fur is sold often to Far Eastern Asian countries. It's triggered a cull of millions of these animals across Denmark as a result of the identification of this mutated form of the coronavirus that causes COVID-19, largely because the scientists are particularly concerned about the prospect of the virus mutating in this way and transmitting back into humans, which would undermine the efficacy of any future vaccine. So that in a nutshell is the story. But what was your observation on that, Haley?
Well, it's very concerning. I mean, this virus, I don't think we completely understand exactly where it's going. It's going to be full of surprises. We always knew about the potential for mutations, although the actual core of the virus is very similar. So we shouldn't be so frightened by the fact that there is a mutation, because any vaccine would still probably deal with it. And how virulent is that mutation? I mean, it may be that the mutation is a very mild form. So therefore, but the issue with it is, I mean, you're talking about millions and millions of mink. I didn't realise that they're only farmed. I thought there was wild mink.
There are, and funnily enough, the wild mink, particularly wild mink in this country, and there are some, not in huge numbers, but there are some, are largely there as a result of having escaped from farms that no longer exist, because obviously we don't farm them in this country, but there are some in this country.
My understanding in Denmark is that it's in the wild mink community as well. But the issue, the main issue is, so it's gone into the minks. and it's then mutated backwards, and there are 12 people, 12 humans that have that strand of corona caught from the mink. Now, that's the bit that's concerning, because if could that mean that effectively your hedgehog catches corona? I mean, it sounds laughable, but, you know, is this possible?
Well, it is possible, isn't it? It is possible, because we heard earlier in the pandemic that, wasn't it a lion in a zoo in the States caught it, and then there were a couple of domestic animals, I think cats as well, that were noted to have contracted, that have been diagnosed to have had the virus. So it is certainly possible.
The concern is, I think the word is zoology, isn't it? Whether it can transfer back to humans, and that's the main concern. So, you know, if it can travel across into mink, that means it can travel across into a cow or a lamb or whatever, you know, and at which point we have a much bigger problem, because now our food supply chain will have to be cold. You know, and that's now an even bigger problem, because we would then have to find a way of testing them, isolating the animals, quarantining. It'd make foot and mouth look like a Sunday afternoon stroll. The mess that this can cause to humanity, I don't think has even begun to unfold.
Let's not run before we can walk. In that sense, we don't know whether there would be an infection that would be transferable into our food supply chain in that sense, but equally then would we be able to contract it from eating that food in the same way that CJD, causing the human equivalent of mad cow disease, was proven. So, you know, there are a lot of very, very big hurdles to cross before that is a grave concern. But I don't blame you, Hayley, for putting it on the radar, because we would be foolish not to at least be aware of the possibility. Good to talk to you. Thank you. If you want to respond to that, I mean, I had a couple of emails during the course of the week about this story, not least of which because, I mean, how horrific is it that we even still farm mink for their fur? Am I just being naive to think that there are still countries that not only welcome that as an import, but actually trade in it so ferociously? I'm stunned. I'm absolutely stunned that we would farm animals purely for fur. But there we are. 0800 731 2000. Let me just do a couple of quick emails that are coming through this morning, then we'll get to some more of your calls. Hello to Carol. The possibility of excess votes on those on the electoral roll is the interference and slowing of the post by Trump's recent USPS appointee. People who had sent postal votes in badly affected areas were advised to cast a provisional vote in case their postal votes were lost. Well, these won't now be counted, of course, because they'll be discarded if their postal vote arrived on time. This would not constitute fraud, says Carol. Thank you for that. Lauren, who's in Thamesmead, says Donald Trump legally trying to challenge the presidential election is just ridiculous. His punishment could be sending him to jail for disrupting democracy. A leading physiologist suggested that Mr. Trump shows signs of having personality disorder. I think he means psychologists do. That would not surprise me. Lauren, thank you. Good to hear from you. This one is from Pat. Good morning. Enjoying your program, Jim. Thank you. Controlling COVID-19 best practices has been imposing restrictions and using track and trace teams to isolate people that are possible transmitters of the virus. The problem is when the numbers of daily new infections are high, the task of track and trace becomes very difficult, overwhelming, you might say. These controls do work, though. An example of results from lockdown and track and trace can be seen here in Victoria, Australia. Our daily new infection rate is now 0, and the reported daily deaths at 0 as well. Hopefully, Sunday, our state premier will announce reductions to our lockdown conditions. So please, don't lose heart. Lockdown restrictions do save lives and reduce the risk to the vulnerable. Pat, thank you. Always good to get an update from you. Lots of emails coming in and texts, and we'll do some more in just a moment. I want to get to Peter in Oxford next then, and then we're going to Cambridge and to Doncaster. You're listening to BBC Local Radio with BBC Radio 5 Live. Hello, Peter. How are you, sir?
Hello, Jim. How are you?
Very well indeed. Always a pleasure. Donald Trump.
Yeah, I agree with our American friend, which is the second caller. I totally agree with what you said about Donald Trump. With the run-up to the election, this nutcase, and that's what he is. To me, he's a nutcase. He said so much outrageous things leading up to the election that made people stand back and say, "Whoa, this guy is off. He is off. He's crazy. He's nuts." Whether he did have COVID-19 is another thing, but I'll leave that one to one side.
Okay.
Now with the election and all the results that are coming through, I mean, he didn't actually, when he's winning seats in different states, parts and stuff, he didn't complain. He didn't say, stop the vote. But as soon as there was that turn around and you had the mail
mail-in ballots. And let's be clear on that. Throughout the campaign, Donald Trump was quite vocal about physically attending the polling place on voting day. He was encouraging people who supported him to physically come and vote on the day, whereas Joe Biden, during the pandemic, was quite vocal about his support for postal voting and voting in advance. So if that played to their relevant group of supporters, then that would see most of Donald Trump's supporters turning up to vote on the day, most of Joe Biden's supporters voting in advance by postal ballot. But of course, crucially, in most of the states, those postal ballots are counted after the physical ballots. So therefore, you would see Joe Biden increase his lead later on during the counting process. That's why.
Exactly. I mean, well, where's the argument? I mean, exactly. I mean, and it's all turned around now. And now Mr. Trump, he's just throwing his toys out the pram, and he can't even stand. He can't even be a man and look defeat in the face and say, well, fair enough, okay, you've won. By January, they're going to have to frog march him out of the White House.
But in all honesty, the president, and he is still the president, so I will continue to offer him the respect that office holds until the day it ends. But the point being is, throughout his tenure at the White House, there have been many moments, several significant moments, of course, whereby his ability to accept criticism, be it valid or otherwise, has been proven to be very, very little, very small. He doesn't like being criticised at all from anybody, either the fake news mainstream media, as he calls it, or even people within his own administration. Many of whom.
The thing is with his farcical remarks about how playing foul with the votes being fiddled or whatever, and stuff like that. It's just a lot of rubbish, courts has thrown it out and stuff like that, and that's going to be taken to the doing a lawsuit and stuff like that. And at the end of the day, by come January, he'll be frog-marched out. He will not go. He will not go until he is physically removed from the White House.
Well, wouldn't that be a spectacle? I mean,
well, it's a possibility, don't you think, Jim?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I think if it is that over the coming days or even hours that it's proven, I don't know. Personally, I don't know. I might be interested to see.
But Jim, wait a minute. I mean, if we get results from say, I don't know, 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, and Biden has taken the 17 crucial points that he needed, I mean, that's not going to end it. It's not going to end it, mate.
Okay. Well, no,
it's not going to end it. All right, pleasure talking to you anyway, Jim.
Always pleasure, Peter. Thanks very much indeed. 0800 731 2000. Let's get to Charles in Cambridge next then. Hello, Charles. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Jim. Earlier, you had someone phoning you in saying there was direct evidence of fraud, that in Wisconsin, number of registered voters was 3,100,000. Number of votes cast, 3,200,000, therefore direct evidence of fraud. That was tweeted and it was shared on Facebook and Twitter, and yet it has been fact-checked and proven to be totally wrong.
Yes.
The number of registered voters in Wisconsin is 3,600,000. And so for anyone to say, and if you look at anything that Trump supporters are saying is fraud, none of them, they've all been checked.
Yeah, it doesn't stack up. No, you're absolutely right. And
the reason I'm quite happy to say that it's just rubbish is I do believe the BBC. And although I listen to Sky News, ITV News, BBC News, for reading it on the internet, the only one I go to is BBC. And here on bbc.co.uk news election US 2020, they've got that there and said false.
And you're absolutely right. I think the reason I didn't immediately connect that debunking of that fact was the caller said Wyoming, so I hadn't quite connected the two. But you're quite right to say there were widespread false claims that more people in Wisconsin voted than were actually registered. But of course, the number of registered voters that they were using to claim that was outdated. That tweet has now been deleted and so forth. So you're quite right to say that claim has been completely debunked. There is no truth in it.
But in actual fact, you look at any of the claims that have been put out by Trump or his supporters, basically every one has been debunked. And they've been, the BBC has been one, not just on this, on everything, where if there's something that's out there, they check it, and if it's true, they say, yes, we fact-checked it, this is true. Or we've fact-checked it, it's false.
Or even misleading, because there are nuances within many of these claims. So you're quite right to highlight that some of them are just plain falsehoods and untrue.
Oh, yeah.
But isn't it interesting, Charles, how quickly these falsehoods spread?
What you said was very interesting. If you take, say, 10-15% of the truth, and then you spin a nice web around it with falsehoods and lies, oh yes, that was true, so perhaps it is. And then, unless you've got something like the power of the BBC, Sky, who've also done a lot of this as well, shown that claims are false, the ordinary person can't do it themselves. And I just don't understand why people are so stupid in believing a lot of this stuff when the truth is out there if you can be bothered looking for it.
Well, it depends on the sources you're looking at to find that truth, and indeed your belief in those sources as well. Now, a lot of people are perfectly happy to believe what they read on social media and believe that other people will have fact-checked it to make sure that it's true. And that's it. That's how these lies and falsehoods spread around the world so rapidly now, Charles. It's head spinning how quickly these falsehoods can gain momentum and embed themselves in the psyche of people. I mean, I don't know if you saw that clip of the chap who ran out in front of live television cameras yesterday and started screaming at the microphones that Biden had stolen the election. But he was repeating words that Donald Trump had used, and he was absolutely frothing at the mouth with anger about how this whole election process had become fraudulent. And of course, as you're quite rightly pointing out, there's virtually no truth whatsoever to that at all. And any truth that there may be is so tiny and insignificant, it could not possibly have swung the election one way or the other. So this is where we are tonight.
Yeah, mind you, it's the same. I don't know whether you saw it. I did see what you said, yeah, and I'm afraid I just fell about laughing. I just found that so stupid. But can't remember whether it was Pennsylvania or Georgia, Trump's 2016 lawyer who did his legal things for him went along there and just started shouting and screaming, I have a right to go in there, I've got a court order signed by a judge. And I thought, my God, I don't say he didn't have it, but you don't go around screaming that in front of the televisions.
Well, there are plenty of observers who are legally present at every single count, watching incredibly closely on both sides of the political spectrum, which is fascinating. Charles, thank you very much for your call. I've got to go because I want to squeeze one more call in before the news, but thanks very much indeed. Let's get Tony on in Doncaster. Hello, Tony. Good morning to you.
Good morning, sir. I'm really, really happy that you've accepted my call. That's because right. I've been thinking of an idea and I've been trying to get it through to my Labour Parliament, and I've phoned them and to Emma in the morning. My idea is, I mean, it's the same as like they're doing 50%, say you've got 100% people there and they're testing all of them.
Yeah.
50%, right, test negative, 50% test positive, then 50% have got to isolate. Then 50%, right, then should be able to go about their lives. But my point is that they should have an identification code, right, with a test they've done, right, and be able to go to any pub they want, as long as it's social distance, right, and that restaurant or house or even a football match, right, to say, we're COVID free, you, and please show your confirmation of being negative.
So you're talking about the prospect of some sort of COVID passport, or for want of a better term.
That's right, yes.
That's the idea that if you have received a negative test, you are then able to go about your life and your business in a way as if the pandemic was effectively over.
No, not over, but as long as you're social distance, right, I would rather go into a pub knowing that them 50 people in there, or say 10, 20, right, have been tested negative and had identification on them, than going into a pub where there were none at all, right? Then I'm risking myself. But then you see that way, it would help the cafes, the businesses, the pubs, the football grounds, football supporters be loving to go and see the football team if they had some identification. But I've been tested negative. But guess what? Come on, my daughter's IP, I'm 67. I don't know how to use this technology. But if they send me some identification, if ever I got stopped by somebody in town or Doncaster or, like these marshals, and showing them, that I've got to prove I'm negative, that would help as well. And these pubs, restaurants, only accept people with documentation.
Yeah. There is some merit, I think, to the idea, but of course there are a lot of flaws in the prospect of a COVID passport scheme, not least of which, of course, you could become infected soon after testing negative, which would be problematic. And of course, if you are tested positive and you are self-isolating,
well, then you say if you do get tested positive, then you should, by law, phone the restaurant up or anywhere you've been, and that. But they should take your identification, right, your name, number, and address,
and then pass it on to the track and trace team. Yeah, Tony, I know they're looking into it as an idea. The WHO, World Health Organization, don't recommend it at this point, but who knows? It may form part of our future. Got to go. News time. Thank you. More calls to come then. BBC Local Radio together with BBC Radio 5 Live. Let's get you the latest now at 2 o'clock.
BBC News at 2 o'clock. This is Anthony Birchley. American election officials say it could take several days to finalize the results and say for certain who'll be the next president. Joe Biden is extending his lead over Donald Trump in key states, but thousands of ballots are yet to be counted. Nevada is still in the balance. Our reporter James Clayton is at a count in Las Vegas and explains why progress is so slow.
If you do a mail-in ballot here, you have to sign something, and they have computers here that will register that. But if the signature doesn't quite fix or match, then it has to be done by hand. So they've already processed all of the ballots that can be done very quickly. Now, there are literally humans in there trying to check a signature with another signature. That takes loads of time, and that's why counting has really slowed down in places like Nevada.
President Trump has warned Joe Biden not to declare victory when he speaks in the next few hours, saying legal proceedings to challenge the counts are just beginning. The Biden campaign said the people would decide the results and noted that the U.S. government was capable of escorting any trespassers out of the White House. David Frum, who worked with the last President Bush, said it didn't matter whether Mr. Trump accepted the result.
It doesn't matter where Joe Biden is, and it doesn't matter where Donald Trump is. At noon on the 20th of January, Donald Trump, if he's not the legal winner of the election, won't be president anymore. He may be inside the White House, like the night at the museum, a tourist who overstayed his time, but he won't be the president.
Legislation has come into force in Scotland, banning the physical punishment of children under 16. It's the first part of the UK to introduce a ban on smacking, and the children's charity, the NSPCC, called it a momentous step. Greece has become the latest European country to reimpose a national lockdown to try to control a surge in coronavirus cases. People have been told to stay home unless absolutely necessary. Mike Sanders reports.
People will need to text the official toll-free hotline to go out and key in a number from 1 to 6, corresponding to the only justifications, apart from work, for leaving home. Even the standard exemptions, like essential shopping or going to the bank, come with caveats. Do it only if there's no delivery option or online alternative. Transgressors risk fines of €300, about £270, double the amount imposed in the spring. But unlike then, primary schools and kindergartens will remain open.
Doctors treating the former Argentine international footballer Diego Maradona say he's responding well, but will not be allowed home anytime soon. The 60-year-old has had surgery to remove a blood clot on the brain. And Southampton have gone top of the Premier League for the first time in their history with a 2-0 win at home against Newcastle. In a nod to the US election, the club posted a message on Twitter with a picture of the league table and a message saying, "Stop the count." That's the latest BBC News at 2:03.
Across BBC Local Radio and BBC Radio 5 Live, Jim Davis.
Thank you. Hello. It's Saturday. It's the 7th of November. I'm Jim Davis with you till 5 this morning. As we head our way through the early hours, our conversation continues. We are live through the night, and this show is all about you and your calls. Your reaction to the ongoing election in the United States. Still no results at this time. We've been waiting, obviously, now for the best part of a week. And, of course, we are no closer to being 100% sure. Although, as one commentator put it earlier, I wouldn't be betting the house on Donald Trump stealing it at the last minute now. If you want to share your observation on that, on the democratic process, how has it been undermined, in your opinion, as a result of everything that's been going on? Will it survive? What will be the outcome? 0800 731 2000. Our ongoing open forum on the pandemic continues, particularly as now we've gone back into lockdown in England. Calls to extend the fire break in Wales continue as well. Infection rates in Northern Ireland remain the highest in terms of the presence of the virus in the population as well. So there's lots to think about and talk about there too. And on the passing of Geoffrey Palmer, one of our stalwart actors who appeared in everything from James Bond to Butterflies. He was much loved by many, despite that rather famous hangdog expression. Constantly looked grumpy, didn't he? And yet I think that helped him bring so much comedy. And as we have one foot in the States this morning, I'm asking who makes the best sitcoms. See, I do love Frasier and Cheers, that ilk of comedy. I absolutely loved. I was a big Friends fan, less so now. I think it's aged not quite so well. But Frasier still works on so many levels, genuinely funny. But do you love the British sitcoms more? I mean, Only Fools and Horses, just classic, isn't it? 0800 731 2000. Lots of incoming correspondence as well. The email address is jim@bbc.co.uk, or you can text 81333, starting your text with the letters UK. Let's continue with your calls first. Then Anne-Marie's been holding on there in the Scottish borders. Then we're off to Garstang shortly after that. Anne-Marie, good morning to you.
Good morning to you.
Lovely to talk to you.
Today, I bought petrol, went in to pay for the petrol, and behind me, a chap came in and was very close and coughed in my back, and I turned round and he didn't have a mask on. And I said, "Why have you not got a mask?" It was a reaction. And he aggressively said, "Because in my face I've got an exemption, right?" And I go, "Well, it doesn't exempt you from passing on COVID. And let me see your exemption." In reaction, I know many may consider that to be wrong, but that was my position at the time. But he just went into overload. He cursed, he swore. In fact, it became almost violent, right?
Sorry to hear that.
The people, but the people after he left, the garage said we have to put up with that day and daily.
Right.
I have 3 points. One, the fact that he reached instantly for I have exemption, and they don't realise that and two, you're wearing a mask to protect other people in the event that you have COVID and pass it on. And three, these shopkeepers in the garage, he's bought the petrol. They says, what can we do? We've got to take payment.
Yes.
And they have to be open to that. But they said it's all the time. We just have to accept it.
Well, look, I mean, I've said throughout this situation, particularly obviously since face masks were made mandatory, as we've been discussing that issue, that we must find compassion within us for those who do have a medical exemption to wearing a face mask and allow them to go about their business without one, because obviously it can be incredibly challenging for people with breathing conditions and claustrophobia and other mental health anxieties to wear one. So, okay, fine. And actually, as long as the majority of us are wearing them, then they're playing their role. But what it doesn't exempt you from is coughing at somebody, even inadvertently, and then being aggressive and belligerent about it, Anne-Marie. I think that's absolutely outrageous behaviour.
But I have to say, you can wear a visor now.
Yes.
You could put a hanky up to your mouth and your control with a hand. It doesn't. Everybody's using this now. The people in the garage said they just use that. I've got exemption. You're not allowed to ask them for the card, which is probably self-policed anyway and not worth the time that it's given. But they still use this. And there has to be, in Scotland it's mandatory to wear a mask anyway.
Yes.
But this really is a huge issue and really does have to be addressed. Just to say that you're exempt isn't really enough. And then people get upset. Now, would they stop everybody from smoking indoors because it damaged your health? These people could have contracted COVID, so they're damaging your health. And I think it should be put on the same level as smoking.
The problem is, and I'm not saying you're wrong, I'm just saying that the issue with it is that you're effectively asking somebody with a hidden disability that makes them exempt from wearing a face covering to publicly demonstrate an aspect of their health that they might not like to. I mean, I wouldn't, there are aspects of my health that I wouldn't want to publicly walk around wearing a badge saying, if, for example, you had a health condition that was very private or personal, as most are, you don't want to wear something that sort of publicly demonstrates that. So that,
visors wouldn't demonstrate that. I think it's a cop-out, and I think many people are using that as a cop-out. There is a visor. There's no reason why anyone shouldn't wear a visor. Can you have a reason for that?
One of the plastic visors, no, and we've said several times on this programme as well that if you have a difficulty with a cloth or one of the close contact face coverings, then the plastic visor is at least a slightly less claustrophobic version of face covering that might be more comfortable for you to wear.
So therefore, the government really should address this issue and say if you don't wear a mask, then wear a visor. I know it's not compulsory in England. It should be.
Well, it is in certain places.
It's about protecting other people in the event that you've contracted by, which is what I don't think people quite understand that you're protecting other people when you wear a mask. It's not that it's protecting you. You're protecting other people from you spraying it. So I think that is very lacking, and I think that the general public don't realise that it's a danger. It's your health. It's your life.
Well, Roy's just texted to say that poor lady you're talking to, Jim. If I was there, I'd have knocked him to the ground. And it's not surprising, is it, that people do react aggressively, because if it is that he coughed in your direction.
A cough, but it drew my attention.
Of course it did.
Hyper now, and I live in a small village, and we've just had 3. So I'm very hyper and very aware of it.
Yeah, I was in Asda today, and I was walking towards a couple as they were coming at me the other way. We were all wearing face coverings, but she still coughed quite vigorously. Although having a face covering on, I have to admit I spun round on a sixpence and headed the other way, sharp as you like. Anne-Marie, thank you. I wish you well. I'm happy to bring that up if you want to respond to what Anne-Marie experienced today. And if you are genuinely exempt from wearing a face covering, you must be frustrated to know that there are people that are undermining your genuine exemption by pretending not to have to wear one. 0800 731 2000 is the number. Philip's in Garstang next, then we'll get to some of your texts. Good morning, Philip.
Morning, Jim. How are you?
Very well, sir. You want to talk about Jeffrey Palmer, and I can't wait, because I understand you've got a story to share about him.
Yeah, probably about 10 years ago, I was on the Branson Express from Euston to the northwest.
Yep.
And as I'm sure you know better than I, if you sit in first class, you managed to see an awful lot of famous faces. Well, I was at a table for 4, but there was just me at it, right. And he came and sat down facing me.
Okay.
And as he sat down, he stared me straight in the face, proper eye contact, and I looked at him and smiled as I would smile at anybody, not because it was him.
Yeah.
And he still looked at me as if he just stood in something horrible.
Right, really?
Yeah.
Purely because that was his sort of resting face, or?
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you strike up any kind of conversation or not?
Well, just hold on. So I was thinking at the time, I bet when you were born, the midwife said, Mrs. Palmer, it's a boy, but he doesn't look very happy to be out.
Yeah.
And during the trip, I'm a surgeon, and I got a medical book out and was reading it. And as soon as he saw that, his whole demeanour changed.
Right.
His face didn't, but his whole demeanour changed. And he was the friendliest, nicest, funniest man you could ever imagine. He was so warm, and he basically sucked my brain about every ailment any of his friends and family had.
Really?
And he was just such fantastic company. But at no stage did his face change. And even when he said something really funny and I was guffawing, he still looked as if his whole face had been Botoxed.
Oh, how funny. And that's one of the things that Judi Dench said about him. He never, his expression never changed, but he was actually incredibly funny and had a wicked sense of humour.
He was fantastic.
What was it that
fantastic company.
What was it that frustrated him, do you think, in that first instance as he sat down? Was it that you just happened to be in the seat directly opposite, so he didn't have some leg room or something? What irked him, do you think, in that first moment?
No, I don't think anything irked him. I think that was just the way he was.
Okay.
I'm sure that I don't know if he was married, I assume he was. I'm sure his wife barely saw him smile.
And you recognised him straight away, of course.
Oh, yes. He's one of my favourites.
Lovely that you weren't sort of overly starstruck. I mean, perhaps he was waiting for you to go, oh my gosh, you're that bloke off the telly, aren't you? And then, as no doubt many celebrities experience, and they can't quite place them or know the name, because when you see somebody famous out of context, it's often quite difficult to remember who they are and why you know them. So,
well, I've got an excellent memory for faces, but what I did notice on the Branson Express was that the celebrities or famous people that were sort of unpleasant were usually the ones at the lower end of the food chain.
So the C, D and E listers then, as opposed to the A and B.
And they did expect you to say hello and fawn all over them. But he was completely unchanged by greatness.
And I wonder whether or not the fact that you were talking about your profession rather than his endeared him to you, because I've no doubt that people in his position, those with a celebrity profile of some kind, recognised from TV and film, often have to spend their lives talking about their own lives, which can probably become quite tedious. But actually, for him to encounter somebody as interesting as you, with your professional capacity, to discuss, because the other impact, the other interesting element of this dynamic is the fact that you're sat opposite him on a train, and it's quite a tricky situation, that, isn't it? Do you want to strike up a conversation with this person opposite you, knowing that you're going to be together for at least an hour and a half, maybe longer? That can be difficult, because what happens if the conversation dries up after 20 minutes and you're sat facing each other still for another hour?
Well, that's why I got a book out.
Okay. All right, to give you an excuse to wind it up.
Yes.
Lovely.
Love that. I didn't get a chance to wind it up because he was like somebody had pulled a cord in the back of his neck. Once he was off, he was off.
How fantastic. Well, what a pleasure. Did you ask for an autograph or nothing so...
No.
Good for you.
I think things like that are a bit naff.
Yeah.
The only time I've done anything like that was when on the same train, and it happened about 4 times actually, I was on with Noddy Holder.
Right.
And he was fantastic, and he actually offered to have a selfie with me.
Oh, good for him. Good for him. Brilliant stuff. Well, a lovely story and a great memory as well. Quick thought on Trump as well then, Philip, while you're on. I know you wanted to share something about what you witnessed, this week.
Oh, it's ridiculous. You know, on your text number,
yes,
can you send a video?
I don't think so. You can email.
No,
you can email video.
I was forwarded one today from a friend that's got Trump, or obviously some guy impersonating him, on one of those space opera things in the kids' classroom, and they're trying to get him out.
Right.
And I wasn't going to talk about Trump, but your researcher said we need something jolly on after all this Trump stuff. and I just said to him, well, this is going to go on for 6 months because they're going to have to prize him out of there with the shoehorn.
Well, we shall see. I don't know. Part of me thinks if he accepts that he's lost the election at some point in the next week or two, I think he might just walk away. Who's to say that he won't just give up the presidency and say, well, I'm not sitting here being a lame duck for 2 months, I'm out of here.
The thing is, he's very worried about all the litigation that will come after him after he's president.
Right, of which there could be a lot, you think?
Well, it's stuff he's done while he was president.
Yeah, well...
but particularly in New York. So when he ceases to be president, these attorneys have all said that they're going to start litigation of him as a private citizen.
Which is an interesting observation in as much as state-level crime in America can't be pardoned. So even if it is that President Biden issues a presidential pardon for anything that was conducted whilst Mr. Trump was in office, it won't extend to any state-level crime that the lawyers in New York might be circling him for, Philip. Time will tell. Time will tell. Great story. Thank you for your call this morning. Jeffrey Palmer, a wonderful grumpy face. How nice to know that it was present in real life. I suppose, of course, it would be, but you know, that expression never changed. Right, I promised some text, didn't I? So let's do a couple of those. Let's stay on sitcoms, actually. A couple of interesting ones. Mandy in Woodley says, I just love sitcoms, Jim, and I love that you watched Butterflies with your mum as I did. We loved it too. The thought that a housewife could lead a somewhat double life was quite edgy for the time. It was, wasn't it? That said, the ever-presence of the hush-puppy-faced Jeffrey Palmer character was a perfect foil for his frivolous, non-domesticated wife and wayward sons. My own dad was older, and I related to that setup at the time, and I loved that Wendy Craig couldn't cook. The charm of the older sitcoms did not resort to so much farce as it often does these days. Jeffrey excelled himself in the Wonderful as Time Goes By as well, with Judi Dench, who was the perfect on-screen partner. He was what my mum would call a Dismal Desmond type character, but there was a lightness and fun and playfulness in the story that made fun of his gloominess. But it seemed to be able to take all of that in good humour and accepted that his grumpiness never tried to change it. You know, this was so funny in every character he played, and it was an irresistible charm he had. I reckon he was a lovely and funny man in real life. Well, clearly he was. We've just heard so, haven't we? What a wonderful career he's had over the years. A life well led. R.I.P. Mandy, what a wonderful text. Thank you. Another one on sitcoms. Becky saying, I think British sitcoms are better than America. Personally, American comedies are more sarcastic. I like the oldies, Morecambe and Wise and Steptoe and Son, even though they were before my time. I'm not a fan of modern comedies because they're often too rude. You can have a laugh without being rude or swearing. Becky, thank you for that text this morning. 81333, start your text with the letters UK. This one's from Veronica in North Warwickshire. Now, on the subject of Donald Trump, if I wanted to be cynical, I could say that Donald Trump is trying to turn this into the 270 show. He talked about postal voting problems weeks ago, presumably because he knew a high proportion of them would be from Democratic voters. Enough said. Veronica, thank you for your text. 81333, start your text with the letters UK. And Stephen Devon says Trump is his own worst enemy. It looks like he's going to lose the Republican state of Arizona. The main reason being his attack on one of his favourite sons, the late Senator John McCain, calling this decorated Vietnam War veteran a loser because he was a prisoner of war, and this has been remembered by a large percentage of Republican voters. Steve, thank you for your observation. Keep them coming. Let's go back to the phones now, though. 0800 731 2000. You can text 81333, start your text with the letters UK. Paul is in Peterborough next. Hello, Paul. Good morning, sir.
Hello, Jim.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you very much.
Good man.
Just want to talk about the lockdown.
Go ahead.
Or the so-called lockdown. I've been driving non-stop throughout the pandemic.
Yep.
The first lockdown on 23rd of March, up struck at midnight. There was no traffic on the road apart from us lorry drivers, the key drivers who are delivering essential equipment.
And ambulances.
Yeah, and this lockdown, the traffic is worse than ever. The past 2 days of it, I've not seen a reduction in traffic whatsoever. If anything, it's increased.
What's that down to, do you think?
People are out and about still. Nobody's adhering to the stay-at-home part of it. Go to work, then go home and stay at home. Nobody's adhering to it. I'm out tonight, and I've obviously pulled over for this phone call. It's as foggy as heaven, and there is still more traffic out on a Saturday night than I've seen in the past 3 years that I've been doing this route.
Right.
There is no reduction whatsoever. We went shopping this afternoon to do essential food shopping, and the supermarket car parks are full, the streets are full. People are still out and about, nobody's adhering to it.
So we're supposed to be making essential journeys only, which includes going to work if you cannot work from home. Obviously, the school run is still happening as well, but that doesn't explain why at this time of night you're seeing as much traffic as you'd expect to see.
Yeah, I come back yesterday morning down the A1, junction 41, where it connects with M62.
Yeah.
The usual bottlenecks. This is at 6:30 in the morning.
Right.
Then when the junction 35 by the roadworks at Doncaster, the exact same bottlenecks. Now, this traffic is the exact same as what it was before they announced the lockdown. We were expecting a reduction in traffic. If anything, we've had an increase.
So Phil emails from Somerset. My observation during this current lockdown compared to the first lockdown is how the traffic hasn't decreased this time around. I can only assume people are taking and collecting their children from school or not taking this lockdown seriously enough, says Phil. Sounds like you're not the only one to have noticed this then, Paul.
It's definitely not. It's I think the people here that are just ignoring the lockdown are a bit like old Trumpy, not acknowledging when they've got to do things.
Right. I drove into work tonight. I live in South London. I had to cross the river and come into Central London to be here at Broadcasting House. There was, I would give a rough estimate, of 50% reduction in traffic, but by no means to the levels of the first lockdown. I remember driving in and out of London during the first lockdown, and you only saw a couple of other cars and a few ambulances, and that is it.
And the other big change is on all the matrix signs at the first lockdown, all you would ever see, unless there's a serious accident, was stay at home, essential journeys only. There is no messaging whatsoever on the highway system to inform motorists that they shouldn't be on the road if they've got no proper reason to be on the road. Now, the major trunk highways, I would say that the only vehicles moving should be large good vehicles, emergency service vehicles, and those people travelling back and forward to work. And it shouldn't be the volumes of traffic that we're seeing.
Right. Listen, Paul, I tell you what, thank you for what you're doing, just driving around and delivering for us all to ensure that we can all go about our business and eat and everything. Thank you for that. And I'd like to extend Paul's observation to the sort of wider country and ask you if you've seen any reduction in traffic, if you've been out and about making an essential journey. I live on quite a busy road in South London, and actually during the day it's been almost exactly the same. Very, very little noticeable reduction in traffic. Coming in tonight, I did see about a 50% reduction on what I'm used to seeing on a Friday night driving into central London, but still busy. Still busy, I have to say. Hello to Joan in Cheshire. I'd like to pay my tribute to Geoffrey Palmer, Jim. What a great actor. I too loved Butterflies, as well as The Fall and Rise of Reginald Perrin. And as time goes by, my condolences go out to his family. As for the Trump-Biden saga, if there was any electoral fraud going on, well, could Trump have organised it in advance if he feared it wasn't, if he feared he wasn't likely to win this time? Just a thought. But more than likely, he's just a sore loser and wants his followers to believe that he has been cheated. Jeffrey writes, Jim, what worries me as soon as the lockdown is over, that we'll all rush out to buy Christmas presents and that will push the numbers back up again. And Simon emails, enjoying the show, Jim. I work in hospitality, so I often find myself awake during the times you're on. But you've got good. Oh, thank you, Simon. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Right, lots of emails coming in. I'm a bit behind, but I will get through them. I promise. Thank you for getting in touch. Let's continue now on your calls. Jen is in Ludlow, and then we're going to Surbiton and Sheffield. Jen, good morning to you.
Good morning to you as well.
Thank you for your call.
And you're right about the traffic, 'cause it's still going past me now, and it's I think they're just all lorries delivering food or whatever they're doing. I don't know.
Right. But you're worried you haven't seen a reduction then?
Well, I think people milling around today, yeah, considering I'm in town, and the food shops are open, but the traffic now, I think it's been busy last couple of days. It felt like a bit like Christmas.
Yeah.
I think people are just going out trying to get what they can get.
Well, it may be, and it may be people settling back into the lockdown as opposed to the overnight stay-at-home message back in March, which came as a heck of a shock, didn't it? Right, okay.
But it has been quick, this one. It's very fast notice, you know. It was surprising. Anyway, I rung in to talk about the mink farms in Denmark.
Okay.
And the story is quite shocking. That they've actually culled about 1.2 million of these mink now. And there's over 2 million they've got to cull. There are protests over with the farmers out there. And I couldn't believe how many mink farmers were actually out in Denmark. But I'm more worried about the COVID, the reason that they are culling these animals with this COVID-19 cross-contamination. And also, we've had a lot of outbreaks in food processing centres and abattoirs and all over this country.
Yeah.
We've now got a potential massive bird flu outbreak, which is also the HN strain going back to SARS. And it just makes you wonder where all this is going to stop. And then this picture is a lot bigger than just us. And I think when people start to look outside the box a bit, it's quite catastrophic.
You've read or listened to or watched The War of the Worlds, haven't you? And you'll know what did for the Martians in the end. You do have to wonder whether or not that whole scenario was rather prophetic in that way. But I don't know. Look, I don't want to frighten people, Jen, but realistically...
I mean, all the science is there with this. You know, the numbers are stacking up and the spread is spreading to the wider kingdom, if you like. And that's the worry. And also, I mean, one thing I did read, and I was really upset about it, were these massive herds of elephants all dying after drinking this bacteria out of their own watering holes.
Yeah.
And this is all linked to where we are now. You just got to wonder whether it's got anything to do with all this global warming or whatever, where you've got these superbugs now taking over.
Look,
and
some of it,
if you look at it on a realistic basis, it's quite scary.
It is, but some of it is just the circle of life, isn't it? The great ecosystem that we all operate within. just moving around. There will be some natural selection going on
I
through.
can understand that, but I mean,
but
where we are now, we don't seem to have any antidotes for this latest pandemic.
Well, no, and if it is, I mean, 50 million mink a year are bred for their fur, mainly in China, but also in Denmark and the Netherlands and Poland. And actually, if I mean, that is an entirely human construct that we are farming 50 million of these creatures purely so that we can strip them of their fur to make clothing for very rich and wealthy people, which to
But eyelashes are doing with eyelashes with them as well.
It's just beggars belief, doesn't it? And if it is that the virus mutates through this mink population and does for us in the end, then you have to wonder whether or not we've had a role in creating that. Well, we have had a role.
We have. I definitely agree with what you've just said there. But also, it's not just mink. You know, it's the whole food chain. And especially, like, say, pig farming, it's very sensitive to these sort of viruses and these animals because they're very sort of, how can I say, they're not, well, they're living in very sterile environments now. You know, like chickens are all cooped up and they're fed and they're bred in their millions. And
for those reasons, because
and they're so vulnerable to all these infections. And this is our fault because
here's the rub, Jen, and this is the difficult bit because it's easy for you and I to condemn mink farming, particularly when obviously the animals are being bred for their fur. But if it was that the coronavirus had mutated through chickens, and actually we were culling every single chicken on the planet right now because of the fear of the COVID-19 virus spreading back to humans via chickens.
Ducks and turkeys, it's a whole...
Or ducks, or turkeys, or cows, as was mentioned earlier, or lambs and sheep. But, you know, it wouldn't be long before we were having to very seriously question not just what we wear, but what we eat. And that is a different picture altogether, isn't it? How willing are we as a human race?
I don't think it's going to be too long before you're going to be having this conversation with a lot of people. I think this is exploding quicker than people realise.
We shall see.
It's like a firework that's gone feral, and it's just everywhere's lit up.
Well, I was going to raise that
tonight. We're going to be having this conversation. I think people are just going to be left with the jaws dropping and thinking, what have we done? And you know, why have we put ourselves in this position? And it is all scary stuff.
It is, and it can be. And I appreciate your call, Jen. Thanks very much indeed. There's no suggestion at the moment that is something that is happening or indeed has the potential to happen. But as I mentioned earlier, it would be folly to ignore it and bury our head in the sand. The other analogy Jen used was a firework gone feral. You have to, I don't know if you saw those images, did you, of people using fireworks as cannons last night and essentially lighting multiple rockets and firing them at each other? I think it was largely on the streets of Birmingham, the images I saw, but I couldn't quite believe my eyes. People driving along in cars, lighting, you know, those cake fireworks where they let off about 20 rockets in one. They were holding these things and firing them out the window at innocent passers-by and other vehicles. That just makes you think, what on earth is going on here, really and truly. Right, 0800 731 2000 is my number. Lots of emails coming in this morning. Hello to David in Truro, who says, we're awake listening to you in Truro, Cornwall, Jim. Thankful the COVID numbers here are still low. We hope the same can soon be said for the rest of the UK. It's my best mate Nicholas's 40th birthday today, and we're having to spend it in lockdown. I know it would make his day if you'd wish him a happy birthday. Oh, well, there we go. Happy birthday, Nicholas. Have a wonderful day. Good morning to, where are we here? Kathy, who's in Coventry. Jim, the US claims to be the greatest country in the world, but the barriers they put in place and how hard it is to vote is ridiculous. How long have you ever had to queue to vote? About 2 minutes for me. The system is set up to favour white middle-class voters. Trump has no evidence of any fraud, and your first caller was repeating fake news and outlandish and unfounded conspiracy. Trump has given legitimacy to racist and sexist views, and it's frankly astonishing, but it is depressing. He's got as many votes as that he has got as many votes as he has. Hopefully, Biden will keep Kamala Harris, finally a woman of colour in the White House, and can bring some dignity and class back to what should be one of the most important jobs in the world. And this one from Jasper in Southampton says, Jim, as a silly shift worker for over 40 years, I've never been that worried about US elections, and in the main UK elections too. We just go to work, pay our taxes, try to live our lives as best we can. History has been made in the past few hours. Southampton are top of the Premier League for the first time ever. Jasper, enjoy it. Enjoy it. Thank you very much indeed. I think those people concerned about Michael's comments earlier, I think we've more than corrected them now, haven't we? So thank you for any correspondence on that subject. Let's go to the phones then. Ian is in Surbiton next, and then we're going to Sheffield and Stoke-on-Trent after that. Ian, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Jim. First, the sitcom.
Yes.
This one's quite personal.
All right.
I started to watch Big Bang Theory years ago, for the very first episode.
Yeah.
There came an evening when, now you know the synopsis, don't you? It's four basically geeks who are into their games with no girlfriends.
Yes.
It slowly develops.
Absolutely.
There was a point there when my son was sitting at the computer. He's a gamer and he's a bit of a geek. Let's be plain about this.
Right.
And because it's slightly cold here, he was wearing a blanket over his head like a druid.
Okay.
The episode came up, and it's on. I sent it on your YouTube, on your link to Twitter. It's called Sheldon Goes Daft, and he's wearing a blanket over his head. I looked at the screen, I looked at my son, and I just couldn't stop laughing because it's so true. Everything in that program they said about